How we doing there, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Oh boy, did we have some news yesterday. Oh boy.
Hello there.
Welcome in, boys and girls. How we doing? Good morning to you all. Little Uve, welcome in. Elizabeth, welcome, welcome. Janity, good to see you this morning. Welcome in. It's an interesting day to be a bit of a Blizzard fanboy, hey? Now, if you haven't been, just in case you've been living under a rock, this was not only news within, the World of Warcraft community. This was not just news within the gaming community. This was a global news yesterday of that Microsoft has decided to purchase ABK, Blizzard Activision King. For the ridiculous sum of money, to the total I think of just under 70 billion with a B, $70 billion. The memes have been great. There have been some pretty amusing memes out there. Yes, Clippy has been seen all over the place.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Damn, already 3 months, laughing face.
Already 3 months. Well, there we go. Thank you. Appreciate it greatly. Thank you. Thank you. Tier 1. Love it. Yes, 68.7 billion to be exact. That's like 3 Magicus's. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. It's pretty ridiculous. And this is a cash deal as well. This is just, here's a fat fucking huge briefcase of money. This isn't like stock options or any of this sort of regular business shenanigans. No, this is straight cash. Cash money, baby. I'm quite sure that Mr. Kotick is absolutely laughing his way to the bank with this one. It's already been speculated. In fact, it's more than speculated because his contract is relatively public. He's likely, if huge massive ifs here, all of the ifs, if Bobby Kotick is to leave after the acquisition goes through, he's set for somewhere in the region of just under $300 million as a payout for this, which is actually ridiculous. Pretty crazy numbers that are floating around here. But, 300 million is a drop in the ocean compared to, almost 70 billion. Microsoft making plays. It's true to say. Microsoft making plays. Now, what I want to talk about more than anything is how is this going to affect the landscape of the game that we all love and play in the near distant future. There's been lots of speculations about what's going to happen with the Blizzard balance and what's going to happen with the games. Are you going to be able to, the Xbox Pass? Are you going to be able to get Blizzard games on all of this sort of stuff? Let me let you into a little secret. In the not so distant future, the only thing that's going to happen is absolutely nothing. Like, literally nothing is going to change. There will not be any publicly noticeable differences about this whole thing for years. And I mean quite literally years. The deal is, although they have made it publicly available that the intention is made for Microsoft to buy Blizzard and Activision Blizzard, it is likely to not actually get to a complete stage until towards the end of 2023, which is nearly 2 years away at this point. And that's just when the acquisition goes through. Let's not forget that, Microsoft have zero control over what happens up until they actually sign on the dotted line and it's all completed. There's nearly 2 years of negotiations and legal checks and all sorts of stuff that has to go on before the deal will even close. And so absolutely nothing is going to happen. We will not only be way into the next expansion before anything even potentially happens, we will more than likely not see anything significant change till even after the next expansion. Literally nothing is going to change, or not for years. These sorts of mergers of huge corporate companies like this take years for anything to happen. Just as patch 9.2 comes out then? Yes, of course, yes. By the way, I looked up Nokia the other day. It was eventually sold to a private company founded by an ex-Nokia executive. So expect Microsoft divest Blizzard to Blizzard founders in 2025 or something. Well, the Microsoft are not scared of making mobile-based acquisitions. It's been pointed out a couple of times with this whole announcement. We're obviously within the World of Warcraft community very concerned about what's going to happen with WoW, but let's be real here. The big selling point for Microsoft, or the big reason why Microsoft was so interested in buying Activision Blizzard King, is for the King part of it. It's all about mobile, baby. It's all about mobile. King are quite literally to this day still market leaders in terms of revenue in the mobile market. Microsoft bought almost entirely on the basis of the mobile side of things. They want themselves some Candy Crush, exactly. Candy Crush, I believe, is the largest grossing mobile game on the planet. It's ridiculous. Metaverse was a term that was mentioned quite often. Well, this is it. There are some big players out there that are all fighting over who is going to control the metaverse, which is a phenomenon that is in its very, very early stages and is more hypothetical than it is anything else at the moment. Metaverse being, the next level of internet, the next level of social media, the next level of connecting people globally between all the different communities. We have Facebook, or they've now decided to call themselves Meta. You have Google, you have Twitter, you have all of these separate global social medias. The metaverse is interlinking all of those, but on a global level, not just on a social media basis, but for the gaming industry and any sort of sub community of that. Microsoft tends to be pretty hands-off. Look at LinkedIn, for example. Yeah, they tend not to make these acquisitions on the basis of them steamrolling in and making huge dramatic changes. It's not in their vested interest. If you're willing to spend $70 billion buying a company, you're buying it because you believe it is worth considerably more than that already in its current state. So where's your incentive to go in and make dramatic changes? There isn't any. What you're in essence buying is the rights to certain IPs, intellectual property. Like I said, Microsoft wants to be able to integrate all of the Blizzard games and upcoming future games. We don't know a lot about what's coming through Blizzard. Obviously, we know Overwatch 2. We know Diablo 4. Obviously, World of Warcraft expansions turn up all the time. We know that there's a new Call of Duty every single year. We know the basics, but there are a lot of things, and I suspect, I've had my suspicions for a long time, that a lot of the things that is actually being worked on that are not publicly known about so far are in the mobile industry, which is hence why this would have been that would have been seen as a huge selling point as far as Microsoft were concerned. It's been rumored for a long time now, not just Diablo Immortal, but we also are aware of there being 2 mobile applications evolving around the World of Warcraft IP that we don't know what they are yet. My suspicions is that the mission table was a testing ground for what will end up being some sort of either idle RPG or Raid Shadow Legends-esque mobile version of WoW. I would put money on it at this point. It's yeah, in terms of changes of the landscape in the near future, nothing, absolutely nothing. 5 years ahead though, 5 years in the future, we might start to see some integrations rather than takeovers. You know, such as the Blizzard games being available through the Xbox Game Pass, for example. That apparently it was quoted that there is 25 million active subscriptions for the Xbox Game Pass. Imagine if every single one of those people out of the blue gets access to World of Warcraft all of a sudden. Potentially 25 million new players. World of Warcraft on console. I would hate to see it, but you never know. We've already seen Diablo on console. Like I said, it's more of a case of that it will all get integrated within one big ecosystem. More so than it would be about making dramatic changes to how things, you know, plays out. I may be wrong, but I think Candy Crush is the biggest earning game on all platforms. Oh yeah, I mean, it absolutely smokes any regular game. Absolutely smokes it. The mobile industry is already considerably bigger than that of anything else. Quite simply because of the monthly active users. It only takes, you know, if you've got 10 times as many people playing your game, they don't need to be spending $60 on it. They only need to be, you know, every other person needs to be spending a few dollars here and there, and you know the money mounts up really quickly. You know, every time you lose that life in Candy Crush and you think you're really close to completing that level and it's just 99 cents, every time you press that button, somebody's getting richer. It's pretty ridiculous, but we will see. We will see. It's interesting news to go public yesterday. What I think it will do, is have a positive effect on the perception of Blizzard. Blizzard currently have, and this I think is why Microsoft being able to steamroll in and buy it for 70 billion, I think is a steal. It is a deal. It's the sale of the fucking century. I quite genuinely feel that $70 billion was an absolute bargain as far as Microsoft are concerned. As only a few years ago, they would have probably had to have paid double or triple that to even get even to get people talking. Whereas now they're able to buy the shares. I think they bought the shares at the equivalent of $95 a share, where they're currently sat at about 84. That would in essence mean that Microsoft have quite a lot of confidence in being able to regrow the branding and with the integration maybe of some of the games to 25 million more players very, very quickly and seamlessly. They suspect that they can get that share price up substantially on what they paid for it. So yeah, if a company such as Microsoft still has significant confidence in Blizzard as a company, Activision as a publisher, to be able to create and market games, then it's good news for everybody. It's good news. It will help the public image and the public opinion of Blizzard generally. Now, of course, it doesn't make the problems go away, but this is the fun thing, right? This is the advantage Microsoft have. Like, all of the problems that Blizzard Activision currently have don't matter. They still have to fix them by themselves. And more importantly now, it's in their vested interest to fix them and fix them fast, because they have a potential buyout happening within less than 2 years' time. Now, that buyout won't happen unless they're able to substantially fix these issues. So there's even more of an incentive. No longer are they just fighting for their own company. They're now fighting to be able to, sell the company successfully. Bobby Kotick has now got not just a carrot at the end of the stick, he's got a $300 million carrot at the end of his stick. He has to then do everything within his power to turn this company around and fix any potential issues so that this sale goes through. Obviously, that's the incentive that they have now. No, not only is it just doing good for the sake of doing good, they have a really good business reason to do it. And it's all about the business. It's all about the Benjamins, boys and girls. Yes. Being good and being moral is usually, you know, the second on the list to these high-end business people. It's all about the money first. And now they have a really good money reason to do it. Now, that sounds relatively sadistic. It sounds relatively, well, immoral. But that's just how it works, is the God's honest truth. Microsoft is going to force changes, and Bobby will help them this time because he needs his yacht upgrade. Well, Microsoft won't have a say in any of this. This is the thing. They are sat there. They're holding a $70 billion check. And they're like, you can have this check, but you know, you need to get shit sorted. I mean, you could say there will be, you know, the incentive is their ability to force change. Waving that $70 billion check in front of ABK's nose will be the incentive for them to get shit done. But yeah, it was surprising to see. That's what I'll say. I'll take the shit and sort my life out in return for 70 Bs. Yeah. Absolute madness. It'll move the narrative on from the court cases. Yeah, exactly. Public perception was instantly different. This is how fickle the average person is when it comes to news and drama. If I've learned anything by being of the generation that grew up through the construction and development of the internet to the point where it is now, one thing I've learned is that people are so quick to forget shit when there's something else to think about. Honestly. To pull it back a stage, the whole cancel culture thing. If some content creator gets cancelled 1 month, the best thing they can do is just shut up shop and disappear for a month. Wait till something else grabs people's attention and then come back like nothing ever happened. Because you'd be amazed at just how quickly people forget. In my opinion, Logan Paul is the prime... see what I did there? Prime example of that. Huge... One of the globe's fastest growing influencers, social media people. Does his stupid things for a little while. Gets cancelled and crushed into the ground. Now only a couple of years later, he's back at the top of the tree again, as if absolutely nothing happened. The business industry is exactly the same. And like I said, businesses are often valued on their brand perception. And if you can turn around a brand's perception very quickly like that, boom, job done. Like I said, it doesn't make the problems go away. It doesn't in any way, shape or form make the problems go away. But what it absolutely definitely does is distract people from what those problems were and give them a good reason to be thinking about something else. So, yeah. Oh dear, my, first world problems here. My bank character's nearly gold capped. Maybe we send some gold over. I probably should send a bit of gold over to probably the mage. Probably the mage. Send like 3 mil. Is that 3 mil? Yeah. Enough commas. Go. Bobby Kotick got gold capped. He did. I've a stock of Shadowlands tailoring gear, crafted them for when they were profitable, but now they're selling at silly low prices. What do? You got 2 options. 2 options of that you're both already aware of, but the 2 options are simple. Sell them off for whatever you can get for them, cut your losses and move on, or bank them and wait for a day when they become profitable, whichever option you feel is more likely to happen. If it's 200 and 230 gear, I'd be more inclined to cut your losses, considering we already know that there's new crafters marks and bigger and better opportunities in the next patch. That the market for that is getting smaller by the day. Don't be afraid to make a loss on something, because let's not forget here, selling something for less than it costs you to craft is almost always better than not selling it at all. Obviously, your goal is to make a profit, but as long as you learn what it was that you did that caused you to have so much items. Was it that you crafted too many of them? Was it that you weren't proactive enough in selling them? Was it that you paid too much for your materials? You learn more from the losses that you have to take than you do the wins. If you buy materials, craft something, and then instantly and very easily sell it for a profit, you don't learn anything. You don't, apart from a little bit more gold, you don't really gain anything from that. If you if you craft something, or if you make a mistake, or if you have a bad investment, you tend to learn a lot more from that. As it teaches you something about what you can do better next time. Hopefully that bonus that Bobby gets is paid the same way that his staff get paid bonuses. No, his contract is far different from everybody else's. He has lots of contingencies in his contract, so that if he leaves the company based on a bunch of different criteria, he gets paid different amounts. Obviously, he gets his stock option. He's got his stock options. He's got, just straight up payout clauses and all sorts of stuff. Gotcha. I need the gold to level legendaries anyway. Well, there we go. Maybe cash out, get as much of the gold back as you can as quickly as you can, and then move on to something else. Did you take a closer look at the sheet yesterday? I had a little bit of a look at it. I've not gone through it in too much detail. But it looks like I looked into how it was that you were pulling the data in and stuff, and it looks pretty straightforward a solution. I'm still not entirely decided whether I want to do that or not, for the actual one that goes public out to everybody, because it still bears a lot of added complexity. It goes quite far away from my design for that sheet, of which is just you put in 3 or 4 material prices and it just does everything automatically. The biggest thing I wanted was for it to be almost as hands-off as possible. My concern with trying to integrate the Vestige of Origins from other professions is that then you also need to make sure that all of your information in the other sheet is still accurate, and then you're managing data on 2 different sheets, which adds sufficient additional complexity to the sheet, which I'm not so keen on implementing. But I will, but I thank you for taking a look at it all the same. Just looked at my old server. There was only 10,000 items of herbs at all times, and they were 35 plus gold apiece. Yeah, this is supply and demand in action, right? You quite often will see that the supply and demand, the balance of supply and demand can be completely different on different servers. So much so that if I look on my server right now, there is 1,500 Corthite crystals for over 800 gold a piece as the cheapest. The regional market average is 500, just over 500 gold right now. Yet if I then go onto a super high pop realm, these are over 1,000 gold a piece. And it's all based on supply and demand. The price can rise more easily when the demand for an item outstrips its supply. Corthite crystals is a really good example of why you need that solid foundation of casual players. Soon as that foundation of solid casual players disappears, we have problems. Because who's the only people then left playing the game? You cannot have a successful MMO that entails only hardcore raid logging players. You just can't do it. You need that foundation, that block of casual players, because they're the ones that keep the markets afloat. They're the ones that actually churn the economy. The hardcore raid loggers that still want their rank 6s and they want to buy multiple of them but haven't stepped foot in Corthia for weeks at this point are just leeching the resources out of the market without putting anything back in. And that becomes the problem, right? This is why you need, and this is why the super high population servers right now, yes, there's lots of people on them, but the lots of people that are on them are also the ones that are in the bigger, the better, the more advanced, the higher progressing raid guilds primarily. Obviously, Mythic Plus comes into play, PvP comes into play as well. But your world first raid guilds are on these really big servers, and they're just absorbing all of the resources. They're the ones buying all the potions, all the flasks, all the rank 6 legendaries. And if you haven't got that huge cluster of people gathering all of the materials, providing the resources needed to those players, things like this happens. That, you know, all of a sudden the value of the materials goes up quite considerably. So it's yeah, you need casuals in an MMO. They are the bread and butter. They are the foundation to keeping the MMO up and running. Because the worst thing that happens is it gets to the point where there's so few materials, or not so much so few materials, but the price of materials increases so far that even those top-end hardcore raid loggers then no longer see it worth their time to be playing the game, because the only way that they can progress further than what they already are is probably to take their credit card out their pocket because they now need more gold. Problems. Because then when those guys leave, you've then got nobody. Yeah, this is why an economy needs people at different levels. You need the casual player base. You need the ones doing the, you know, the day-to-day content. You need the ones out there playing doing the world quests, doing the dailies, doing their callings, leveling their ults, just pissing about, having fun. You need the majority of the players to be in that category, so that the ones that want to just, you know, raid log, the ones that want to progress, the ones that want their rank 6s on demand, yeah, can have it, basically. As a goblin who would be considered a raid logger, it's interesting to see it from both perspectives. Like, nobody in my guild ever goes out to Corthia. This is it. This is it. Like, we know how long does it take for one single person to acquire 40 Corthite crystals without funneling them from their alts. A single character needs to consistently, for nearly a month, be in Corthia. One player, one character, one player can pretty much need to be doing Corthia on a daily basis just to generate enough Corthite crystals to craft one rank 6, which will then be their own, which will, you know, ultimately that becomes their own rank 6. They still haven't contributed anything additional to the economy in terms of materials. They might have done what they need to do for themselves, but you need those people out there that are consistently grinding Corthia, consistently getting the materials, consistently listing them on the auction house, so that those players can get their rank 6s. We need farmers for our materials? Absolutely. Absolutely. They are crucial. They are a crucial part of the equation. Silvermoon EU, 2,419 Corthite crystals at 650 gold apiece. Ironically, that sounds cheap to me. That actually sounds cheap to me. But of course, Silvermoon primarily is Alliance, and the raiding scene over there is not quite as prolific as what it is on, say, Kazakh or Draenor or Twisting Nether or somewhere like that. I think I get about 3 to 5 a day per toon. Occasionally I'll get lucky and get like 9 or something. But it all comes in a big splurge. You get most of your Corthite crystals on a Wednesday, because that's when you actually go out and do your daily quests. You get a chunk of them from doing the Shaping Fate more often than not. But then, like, once people have done Shaping Fate, even if they are still doing Shaping Fate, their desire or necessity to still be in Corthia is like none. Literally none. I'm doing all this talking, but I should probably be doing a cancel scan on Legos while we do this. I figure that a week's worth of restock requires between 1 to 200 players farming Corthite for me. Well, let's work it out. On any given week, probably...
Hello there.
Mojosk, how we doing? Welcome in. I probably go through between 3 to 5,000 Corthite crystals a week on this realm. In fact, I could that's still a guess. What the hell? How did that happen? I didn't mean that to happen. Let's look at my expenditure on Corthite crystals for like the last month. Sales, no. Expenditure, Corthite crystals. Last 30 days. Last 30 days I've bought 15,000 Corthite crystals. So let's say you can get 5 Corthite crystals a day, relatively easy. 15,000 Corthite crystals, divide that by 5. It needs 3,000 players. 3,000 players or 3,000 days. Well, there's 30 days, so divide that by 30. Yeah, my purchases alone on Corthite crystals, I require 100 people to be doing Corthia. Me personally, I require 100 people to be doing Corthia and getting their 5 Corthite crystals every single day, just to supply my needs for Corthite crystals. I need 100 active farmers to supply just my Corthite crystals. And I'm obviously not the only person that buys Corthite crystals. That's pretty ridiculous. What server is this on? This is on Sylvanas. This is where I do most of my business, but 160 for me in the last month. Never thought about it that way, to be honest. Yeah, it's difficult to comprehend, but like when you go out and start trying to farm these things, and the fact that they are somewhat limited in their supply, there is soft caps to how many of them that you can acquire per character per day. Me alone, with my purchasing of Korthite crystals, would require 100 active players in Korthia just to supply the crystals that I need to make the rank 6s that I sell. I'm at a point now where I've not been leveling up professions, so I'm not buying more Korthite crystals than I need. This is purely, the last 30 days is purely me buying Korthite crystals to replenish any legendaries that I've sold. So this is just, you know, business as usual. This is not inflated in any way, shape or form. This is just straight business as usual. 100 active players are required just for me to be able to supply. And this is why there's not that many people on each realm who are able to craft and sell every legendary. Because for every one player, for every one goblin with all rank 6s available, you need at least, I would say, 100 active players supplying the materials. This goes to show just how impossible it is to be self-sufficient with the legendaries in this game. It is entirely designed so that you have kingmakers at the top. You like, all of the materials are gathered by people that then can't use those materials themselves, so they have to funnel them up to the people that can. It's wild when you break it down. Wild. So you buy nearly all the Korthite crystals to avoid others crafting rank 5 and 6 pieces and undercutting the price. It's not so much, I mean, if I was going via that approach, it would also mean that I would have a significant stockpile of Korthite crystals by that logic. If I was buying them for the sake of buying them, I would have lots spare. I currently have less than 2,500 Korthite crystals still in my bags that I haven't used yet. But if I was to do a full restock, if we look right here, let's get our calculator again. Just for me to restock rank 6s, there's 35 different legendary slots. I craft up to 5 of each. So that would mean that my inventory level is 175. When my inventory is full, I have 175 rank 6s crafted. I currently have 138, meaning that I'm actually missing 37 rank 6 legendaries from my full inventory. If we multiply that by 40 to work out how many Korthite crystals goes into crafting that, 1,480 of the Korthite crystals that I actually own are accounted for, I just haven't used them yet. Meaning that I actually only have about 1,000 Korthite crystals spare. So it's not even as if I'm just hoovering up all of the Korthite crystals just to stop other people from having them. I still feel as if I'm only really buying the ones that I need. That spare 1,000 Korthite crystals is literally 1 or 2 days worth of sales. Really not a lot at all. So it's not even me hoovering them up just to prevent others from getting them. I mean, I do quite frequently go to the auction house. I will look at the auction house and I'll say, right, there's 1,600 available. I'll just do this. And it results in me buying out the entire market. But that's not because I'm being a greedy goblin. It's often because, well, I do need these Korthite crystals. I'm going to put them to good use, if not today, the next day. And turn around that stock pretty quickly. Now, in this scenario, I'm not, because 873 is too much for me to pay. I'm lucky. I check the price every single day. I buy them when they're at the right price, and I have the goal to be able to buy them in bulk when I need to, which is important. If I see a big cluster of them at a good price, I will buy them. It's Wednesday today, so I'm not buying any, at least until later on today. But it's madness. There is literally only just enough Korthite crystals. The supply is only just meeting the demand on my realm, which is why the price is high and the quantity available is slim. Top sellers shed some light too. The second highest seller to you only sold 102. Only sold you 102 in the last 30 days. God knows how many alts that is based on. The second highest seller to you only sold... You only sold 102 to in the last 30 days. I'm not sure I'm not sure what you're getting at. I don't know. I would predict... I don't even think I'm the top seller on this realm, by the way. Although I, you know, I put on the big act. I don't even think I'm the biggest seller of legendaries on this realm. I think I have the advantage of that I know that I'm probably one of the only existing sellers on this realm that actually has all ranks available. The other couple of people that I know of on this realm to be in that position are not currently playing. He means your top supplier of Korthite. Yeah, you can probably also see through the ledger. But it just says multiple sellers. Oh, I see here. Yeah, I've managed to, but this top sellers is an all-time thing. This one dude I have bought 322 Korthite crystals off. And then the second is 102. So this dude has got an operation to have even gathered up 322 Korthite. There is a chance though, let's not forget, that this person might have bought a bunch of Korthite crystals. This guy is actually more than likely flipping Korthite crystals than he is farming them. Because for a single person, even if that single person has lots of alts, they certainly cannot acquire through farming 322 Korthite crystals very quickly. The likelihood is that this person has actually just bought a bunch and is flipping them, selling them all in one go, and I just came in and swooped up them all in one go. But yeah, even this dude only 100. I mean, the top sellers is all time. You have a 30-day breakdown here, but the top sellers is based on all time. 322 for all time is quite low. Yeah. This is, yeah. For me to have bought off a single character, yeah, is why it says multiple sellers all the time. Because people don't get many of these. They'll sell like 3 or 4 at a time, and it's just lots and lots and lots of different people selling 3 or 4 at a time. Because you got to remember, every 95% of people that do Korthia get these Korthite crystals, but have zero use for them. They actually have no use for them. There's actually no point them keeping them themselves, because they can't physically do anything with them themselves. They would have to have ranked up their legendaries to at least rank 3 before they can even think about using them themselves. So 95% of people that get this material, their only option is put it on the auction house. You probably bought a lot more from him. I think he can probably be categorized under the multiple sellers again. Yeah, that's also quite true. That's also quite true. What was the biggest Can I? Oh, I can't search by quantity. I was just trying to work out what's the biggest quantity of Corthite crystals I've ever bought in one go. I bought 1,800 in one go for a grand total of 1.2 million just 3 weeks ago. I usually buy about 1,000 at a time. 1,600, 1,700, 1,800, 1,900. Have I? Oh, 2,100. Ironically, I bought 2,100 in one go for less than what I bought like 1,600 only a month or so later. 3,000 I bought in one go. Wow. Oh my days. Only 72 days ago, I bought 3,000 in a single go. And it still cost me less than $1 million. That's when they were at 320 gold a piece. And that was me, presumably, buying out the market. What happened here? Oh, these hundreds were people... Yeah, there's one dude on this realm that is another legendary crafter who is also prolific for trying to lowball people on them. So I just buy his out and annoy him. 3,000 and what? Have I ever bought more than 3,000 crystals in a go? Oh, but look at these prices. Oh, what I would do for these prices now. Why, oh why was I not just buying everything when they were 100 gold? Oh my days. Why was I not just buying everything that possibly existed back then? 1,900 in one go. Nearly 2,000 Corthite crystals for less than 200,000 gold. Oh my god, I would kill for those prices now. And then we were talking early days when they were so expensive that it just was barely feasible to buy them in mass quantity. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually only been in the last, of the 6 months or so that we've had Corthia, it's really, I've ramped up my purchase of them in the last couple of months. Probably because I'm picking up the slack of another couple of the big goblins quitting the game. Having a couple of the big goblins no longer play the game meant that I pulled in a lot of probably what they were buying and selling. It probably was all of the quantity at 100 gold back then. It wasn't though. I still wasn't, even back when they were 100 gold a piece. I remember I was still only buying what I needed to recraft. I was never really stockpiling them. Which, you know, hindsight is 2020. In hindsight, I should have been buying these like an absolute crazy person. But it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Because if I was buying more than I needed to craft, they probably wouldn't have been at 99 gold in the first place. The reason they got down to these sorts of prices is because there was just way too many of them available. If I was taking up that slack, that oversupply, if I was buying up that oversupply of them, they wouldn't be at this price in the first place. These were only at this price because there was way too many people trying to sell them and not selling them as effectively as they would like. This is the thing. Sure, hindsight is 2020. Looking back at this, I feel I should have bought like 10 times the quantity. But if I had done that, then I would have not been getting them at this cheap price anyway. So it's, you know, you win some, you lose some. There's almost no winning in that scenario. You'd have had more Corthite crystals, yes, but you'd have also been buying them at a higher price to begin with. So my habit is always to buy out all of the quantity minus the ones at the lowest price whenever I check the auction house. Yeah. Plus the Corthia grind sped up. Well, that happened. I can tell you exactly when that happened. That happened here. we went from spending 1,000 gold on them to spending 400 to 500 gold on them nearly overnight. This was when Dirty Irby lost about 16 million gold because his inventory just took a nosedive in value. You can see actually 15, 16, 1700 each. Then they adjusted the supply of the Corthite crystals whilst people were still actually actively playing Corthia, and bang, we went down to like 400 gold. within a matter of a week. Plus the rep grind, yeah, that was it. That's also a contributing factor to why the price is slowly but surely going up and up and up and up and up. The fact that as the rep grind was made less of a grind, it was far quicker for people to peace out. Like they would complete Korthia and then they're gone. For most people, the day that they hit Exalted is the last day that they spend in Korthia. Now, lots of people were still working on that, but nowadays there's considerably less people working on that. What's your incentive to go to Korthia nowadays once you've done the grind? Do the grind again on another character? Or go play Final Fantasy, you know? This is the options that people have nowadays. I somehow accidentally managed to cancel my... I cancelled my cancel scan, so let's re-get that on the go. While we look at this, let's also load up Draenor. I'm intrigued to see if we've sold anything on Draenor. We are 2 days away from needing to buy a subscription on Draenor. The question becomes: is do I make Project Draenor try and be self-sustaining? Do I designate 300,000 gold on Draenor to... See, that would almost be doing exactly the opposite of what I suggest people to do. I tend not to recommend people make gold to buy a token and do it as soon as they can. I suggest people usually get to 1 million gold plus before they start trying to pay for the game with gold. Because otherwise you go from 300,000, a little over 300,000 gold to 0 overnight. And then you have to... The first grind is the hardest. Now's the best time to buy a token for game time, only 290,000 gold. I capped out my Blizzard balance a little over a week ago, I think. In suspicion that any Blizzard gear score stuff might send the price up. So it's but I cashed out on a realm where I'm rich, so I didn't notice it. Broke right now? Yeah. Yeah, it's easy done. It's easy done. Need one more renown for my 15th ult to get all my mission table followers. It's usually why I end up in Korthia. Holy smoke, 15 maxed mission tables. Or maxed follower mission tables, I should say, is good effort for sure. With a Microsoft announcement, do we think that the Blizzard token gear store thing is still likely to be a thing? Absolutely. Absolutely. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I appreciate that you might not have caught it when we spoke about this in detail at the beginning. There's only one thing that's going to happen in the next couple of years. In the next 2 years, there's only one thing of any significance that's going to happen. Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing at all is going to be any different to what was already planned and going ahead. Meaning that if the intention for them to bring the Blizzard store in-house was a thing, it is absolutely still going to go ahead. There is zero chance of any significant changes that weren't already pre-arranged. Because let's not forget, this announcement is just them telling the public about it. They are publicly traded companies. It's their obligation to inform the public of their intentions. And they do it when they do it so that there's no funny business going on. There's no opportunities for insider trading or any of this silly things to happen. The problem being, though, is that, you know, money will not exchange hands. Ownership will not exchange hands for nearly 2 years at this point, if everything goes smoothly. So, yeah, there's no real concern at all, as far as I see it, that anything is going to change anytime soon. Lawyers get rich checking the deal. I imagine they probably do. I imagine there's some law firm that is rubbing their hands together right now. What does one do if they made gold only thanks to the Legion time walking? If you cashed out big time on the Mage Tower, your opportunities here are to take some of the gold that you made through making through the Mage Tower and not blow it all on tokens, or don't blow it all on anything stupid. Is to use that gold to give you leverage in other ways. For example, if you feel that your only opportunity to make gold was because of the Mage Tower scenario, you probably want to take that information and get prepared for next time. So, for example, use some of the gold that you made to help you level up the rest of your professions that you don't own. Something as completely random as Mists of Pandaria crafted gear made people millionaires very quickly. Why? Because they had it in advance. Why did they have it in advance? Well, there's two reasons. Either they had it in advance because they're such an old school player, they leveled up Mists of Pandaria professions when they were current content many, many years ago and just still had them lying about. Or alternatively, they'd taken the time and the effort to go back to the past expansions and level up the professions just in case. And guess what happens in this scenario? That just in case turned out to be very profitable. With only 5 characters, you can max every single profession this game has to offer for every expansion. That would be a remarkably good way to invest some of the gold. Let me reiterate, it doesn't cost a lot to level these past expansions, and there's no rush with doing it, meaning that you can either choose to buy your materials to level them up only when you see them very cheaply, or, heaven forbid, go out and do some farming. Gather up those materials yourself, level those professions slowly over time, dedicate 20 minutes a day to doing something to progress your account in a forward direction. Maybe you want to go grind a rep to gather a pattern that you're missing, something along those lines, something that will offer a permanent benefit to your character and your account. I, for example, right now on my home realm of Sylvanas, at any moment's notice can craft nearly any profession, any item from any profession from any expansion. Not completely. I've not min-maxed it that heavily, but I pretty much have coverage of not only every single Shadowlands profession, but most of the professions from past expansions as well. One of the things I enjoy doing is just collecting all of the recipes. Which, if you find fun in doing it, is a good thing to progress on. Because even if you find that rare pattern, that, sure, the item in question that gets crafted isn't desired by many people, but when it does sell, you have the ability to craft it again and sell it again. Forever and a day. Which is kind of quite cool. Mr. Pandaria crafts used to sell at a decent rate even before the Mage Tower. It's just a lot of work for slow gold. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. A lot of those items, people would still purchase them for multiple reasons. People would buy, if they were at the right price, people would buy them just simply because they offer stats that they need on a character that they're leveling. Maybe some of the items people were buying them for. They have the advantage of that they're quite good in generalized time walking sets, Now, it's a niche community that, you know, existed but wasn't super popular before the Mage Tower, but is now a lot more. There's a lot more members of that community, should we say? Every time the time walking comes out, I mean, we've currently got Lich King time walking. Most of that gear scales in a way that if you were to put that, if you were to equip that gear with all of those main stat gems in and stuff, you could stroll into even Lich King time walking now and slap. Like, you're pulling aggro off tanks level slap. You'll be doing 3, 4, 5 times the DPS of anybody else in those dungeons, on the basis of that your gear set is, you know, specific to that. It's quite a niche thing, but there are more players that are interested in that sort of thing nowadays. So it was sweet to have all of the old recipes since I maxed it when it was current. Yeah, I mean, if you, it's one of those, isn't it? If you've played the game for 10 years, you probably have most of this already and don't really consider it to be of much value because you did it when it was current anyway and have long since forgot about it. But there's still some gems in the dirt from old times. When Legion time walking comes again in March, should we craft with Relic 5? In most cases, you needed Relic 4s or Relic 5s on the gear. The reason you sometimes used a Relic 4 was because using a Relic 4 would push the item level below 50, which would then mean that it qualifies for a Legacy enchant. Any item over item level 50 doesn't qualify for the Legacy enchants. So it was more of an enchanting thing, the reason to why people were using Relic 4s and sometimes 5s. If there was not really a good enchant from the past that would go on the gear, if you would choose to just use a regular Shadowlands enchant or something on it, then you want the gear to have as many stats on it, and so Relic 5 was the go-to. But in scenarios where you would put like a really old, high scaling enchant on it, you would need the item level of the piece of gear to be below 50 for you to equip that enchant on it. That was something that wasn't really advertised very well as to why. People just, people read it off a spreadsheet. Oh, this needs to be Relic with a Relic 4. This needs to be a Relic 5. I don't think many people really understood why it was the case. Most people, just like BIS lists for current endgame content, people often don't know why something is the best for them, but because somebody that they trust tells them that that's the case, they just blindly follow along. You're going to run your hunter through some time walking dungeons, need to see those big numbers. Oh, we could test it. We could have a look. It could be quite funny. Now, you see, my set that I got for the Mage Tower was very specific to the Mage Tower. We also have to remember that the Mage Tower had a lot more restrictions on it than just regular time walking. Such as the fact that you couldn't use any legendaries or anything. You weren't going to get the benefit of Azerite gear and that sort of stuff. A true time walking set is still quite significantly different from the Mage Tower sets. There are some crossovers there. Crossovers being that, you would still, out of choice, want as many gem slots and all that sort of stuff. Or just stacking main stat bonuses. But, yeah, lots of Azerite gear and lots of Legos in the true time walking sets. Because that's a scenario where their powers worked. For some reason, Blizzard felt the need to disable a lot of that for the purpose of the Mage Tower, in some sort of weird desire to balance the Mage Tower, which I still feel is a very weird decision to have made. Why does purely solo content, solo PvE content, need to be so intrinsically balanced? I didn't understand that, because Either you can do it or you can't. Just because Joe over there had an easier time doing it, what does that actually really matter? Joe over there is a different class than you. You're not competing in the same league. You know, MM hunters compete against other MM hunters. You know, Fury warriors compete against other Fury warriors. If you're a Fury warrior and you compare yourself to that Blood Death Knight, then why? It didn't make any sense to me. More importantly, yeah, it would only incentivize people to play or level other classes. If Mr. Ret Paladin sees that, you know, Frost Mage is having a much easier time competing in the same encounter, well, Mr. Ret Paladin then has a decision to make. Does he either fight through it as a Ret Paladin, or does he start to level and play that Frost Mage that he's never bothered with? You know, actually having a bit of unbalance would have incentivized more people to play, you know, more aspects of the game. People wanted to do all to get the mount, though. Well, that's their prerogative. Their options to do that was still the same as everybody else's. There really was not the need to so heavily attempt to balance the Mage Tower. There's place and there's time for things to be balanced. PvP content, you want there to be some level of balance in PvP content. As much as people love going into PvP content and just absolutely dumpstering people, they should be doing that based on their past achievements of, you know, dedication, leveling up, gearing up, understanding the classes. That is what allows people to step into PvP scenarios and dumpster on others. But at a foundational level, you do need a bit of balance there. Truly solo PvE content, I'm also looking at you, Torghast, by the way, is not an area where you need such strict levels of balancing. It's a waste of time, it's a waste of effort, and if anything, in my opinion, it actually detracts from the overall quality of that content. But yeah, what are you going to do? Probably gear templates would have been a good option for the Mage Tower, although this goes against all MMO stands for. Yeah, I mean, yeah, in another game, gear templating it, sure. But this is an MMO RPG, role-playing game. You know, the part and parcel of an RPG is that you're gathering, you know, stuff to make your character better at what they can do. Until you have all of the stuff for your character, they're not going to be, you know, they're not going to be optimal. If you take the progression out of the game, it's like sucking the soul out of the game. At that point, you don't have much left. 11,000 gold for a Shadow Scale helm. That must have been a 230. Are we going to surpass? Oh, we've got over 200k again on Draenor. See, this is where, like I said, this is where I need to make the decision. Do I min-max my gold now, or do I reinvest all of that back into something and just pay for the game, basically funding it with gold from another account? I don't know. It's to make the transmog feel more like you earned it. I get the imbalance between challenges in the Mage Tower, but not seeing everybody running around with a transmog makes mine feel more special. Yeah, but you're missing the huge point there. Like like I said, a warlock is competing against nobody else but another warlock. Because, you know, the mage transmog is for mages. The warlock transmog is for warlocks. The hunter transmog is for hunters. There isn't that crossover. Just because Mr. Hunter looks and sees, oh, well, the warrior is running around in his new shiny transmog, don't fucking matter because you can't put that on anyway. Like if people are, you know, comparing themselves to others in a situation that is futile, then that's their own fault. That's their own stupidity. It's got nothing to do that doesn't need a game developer to step in and pander to their ridiculousness. Anyway, I'm not getting into a rant about Mage Tower balance. We've done that 5 times already. Right, let's get the rest of these listed. Let's get everything up on the auction house so that sales can be made. I'm not too sure what the overall plan for today is. I think we're probably going to jump onto the PTR in a minute, you know. I want to take a little bit of a deeper dive into the new crafters marks now that we know where they come from. We know that they're acquired through the rep of the Enlightened. I want to now start looking a little bit more at the materials that are needed to go into them. Now, I know that the materials haven't been material balanced, but like what we did yesterday with the Shadowlands cheat sheet, it wasn't until I put all of this together and started to look at some of the numbers and had the spreadsheet to be able to test a few scenarios. I wasn't until I did this able to conclusively say that Pog Essences haven't been balanced yet. There is probably going to be 40, if not 60, if not 80 Pog Essences that are needed to make every Vestige of Eternal, unless they make Pog Essences super duper mega rare, which is unlikely, because if you put 90% of the value of a single product into one of the materials, it nullifies the value of all of the other materials instantly. Secondly, it also makes that market super duper mega volatile, and these are factors that Blizzard don't want, because they want the Vestige of Eternal to be more expensive than the Vestige of Origin, so that the rank 7s become more expensive, so that people buy tokens. Follow the money trail. But it wasn't easy to come to that conclusion until we did a lot of the maths. So I want to do a little bit of the maths today, but not for the legendaries, taking a look at the crafters marks in a bit more detail. See if we can draw any conclusions based on patterns that we see in material values and costings. So that's what I think we're going to do. Before we get to that though, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break, take a quick bathroom break, go grab a drink, and we'll be back in 2. Occupy yourselves for a couple of minutes, boys and girls. Alrighty, boys and girls. Okay. Where did we get to? Oh, we're selling stuff as well. Lovely stuff. Oh, you know what we haven't done? We haven't even finished our cancel scan over here. This is tragic. Let's get this done nice and quick. Let's also... It might not be the worst idea. Might not be the worst idea to port our druid over to the test realm to maybe go do some farming. I'm also intrigued about how easy these pog essences are to get, and I've not put a huge amount of testing to it yet. What's going on with rings? Already sold out 11 AM on reset day. Rings are always a big seller. Always, there's so many classes that want the legendary ring. All over the place. Right, we can close this one for now. We'll come back to this later. Let's load up the PTR. Public test realm. Go. I should probably have checked add-ons and stuff. Whatever. That cancel's going to take a little while. Oh, we did find out something yesterday. Something we found out yesterday is the item level of the new rank 7 legendary. The 291 is the magic number. 291 is what rank 7 legendaries are going to be. This was courtesy of Mr. GM. He's been very proactive on the PTR, even going as far as doing rep grinds and all sorts of stuff on the PTR, which is something that I'm just not willing to do. On a Shadowland, on a beta for a game, sure maybe, but on a PTR for a patch, I'm not so inclined to grind my ass off in Zereth Mortis. What we are able to work out though is that yes, 2000 cosmic flux is going to be needed to upgrade to rank 7. You obviously need a rank 7 base item, but the item level that it will then create is a 291 item level legendary, which is high. I suspected it to be in the high 280s. 291 though is big. 291 is big. That does a lot for the what's going on here? 291 does a lot to the value of this thing. If we take a look, why have we got 22 FPS all of a sudden? Oh, 34. It's getting there. This dude, Velo, selling the Clasp of Unity at item level 265 for 2,500 Cosmic Flux, is now looking to be an even worse investment for people. I can't see a single progression-focused player wanting to buy this. I just don't see it. Why would they spend 2,500 for a 265 belt when they could buy the memory and craft a rank 7 at 291 for the same amount of overall flux? The only significant difference there is they're going to have to cover the cost of the base item and have the Soul Ash and Soul Cinders, which is, you know, neither here nor there. 2,500 for a 265 belt, or 500 and 2k for a 191 base is the same. Yeah, I mean, if you're happy with a 265, you save the gold cost of the base item, but you're in turn sacrificing, you know, nearly 30 item levels, which is ridiculous at this scale. It's I really struggle to see the reason why anybody would buy this. It just looks completely, not to mention you also sacrifice the fact that it has to go, this one has to go in the waist. It has to go in the belt slot. If you slap a 291 on a chest piece or a helm, those stats are ridiculous compared to what this is offering. If I find, where's the tweet? Mr. GM tweeted this out yesterday. See if I can find it. Hang on. Let's see if I can find the tweet. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Here we go. So, for reference, let's do a comparison here. Do a quick comparison. The stats on this thing, right? A 291. This thing, 88 agility, 88 agility, or 149 agility. That's 61 additional agility by getting it on a big ticket item over when the Cosmic Flux cost is going to be the same. Because obviously if you were to create a class, if you were to create a unity at item level 291, you need 2,000 dust to create the thing in the first place, and you need 500, sorry, flux, not dust, Cosmic Flux. You need the exact same number of Cosmic Flux, 2,500. 2,000 to build it and 500 for the memory. So the cost is the same, but instead, the only, you know, either spend the gold and gain, potentially 61 additional main stat. I mean, when it's at that level, you're almost doubling the main stats. 179 stamina to 325. That's monstrous. That's like that's the difference between equipping an entire second piece of gear. That's monstrous difference. This unity, this charity belt, I can't see any single progression-focused player wanting to buy this. They're going to want to buy the memory. They're going to want to craft the unity at 291 to pair it next to their other 291 rank 7. I am nearly convinced now that people are not going to want to buy just one rank 7 base item. They are going to want to buy 2. You need to sacrifice set bonus for it. No, you only need to wear 4 out of the... I mean, the sets... you only need 4 pieces to get the full set bonus. Will we be able to have 291? Yeah. If you craft them both. If you use the memory instead of getting the charity one. The charity one is only item level 265. If you buy the memory and craft it wherever you need to craft it, you can get the same ability, but up to, on an item level 291 piece of gear. There's almost no reason for anybody, unless it just happens to be convenient. Even when it happens to be convenient, I see people going out of their way to buy the memory and to just recraft the belt at a higher level. It's yeah. The difference between 265 and 291 from an item level perspective is huge. So, yeah, why would you? Why would you choose to have a 265 belt instead of a 291? You just wouldn't. You just wouldn't. It makes no sense. Welcome in, Pack B. Good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. 291, rank 7. It's literally just got to be an option that doesn't cost gold. Yeah, that's literally it. You'll be able to pick this up and it won't cost you in relative to in gold value, it won't cost you anything. This one won't cost you anything. Obviously, if you get the memory, you're going to need to cover the cost of whatever the rank 7 base item will be. But like I said, anybody that's progression focused players want the best gear because it aids with their progression. No raid leader in a progression focused guild is going to be happy if somebody turns up with a 265 legendary when there's the opportunity for them to have a 291 of the exact same legendary. What raid lead is going to be happy with that? More importantly, the guy that sat on the bench that does have the 291 legendaries is going to take your spot in the raid. Not to mention that this Cosmic Flux is going to be a valuable commodity, because not only is this going to be used for buying these things in the first place, Cosmic Flux is also used to craft tier set pieces. This gives people the ability to almost cherry pick which tier set pieces they want. If they get it to drop from the raid boss, cool, great. If not, they can use their Cosmic Flux to craft a regular piece of gear into a tier set piece at the cost of Cosmic Flux. Cosmic Flux, as we also see here, is what is the currency that is going to be used for upgrading the legendaries to rank 7 as well. All of this means that to spend 2,500 Cosmic Flux on a piece of gear that's mediocre at best is just really, really, really terrible use of that Cosmic Flux. So, I can't see any reason why people would buy this. This is short. It means the casual players out there that already have a rank 6 legendary probably won't be the first people in the queue to get their rank 7 anyway. They're just playing, maybe it's an alt, maybe they're dabbling, maybe they're very casual. Sure, they might have acquired enough Cosmic Flux. They might save themselves the gold. They might buy this just to have that second legendary power. You know, it's casual bait. This entire item is completely casual bait. This isn't going to sit on a single BIS list for any character on any class. No raider would be caught dead in anything less than the best. They are competing for spots. Yeah, exactly. Especially at a mythic level. I'm talking about progression raiding here. You need the best gear on. Especially when it comes to gear that can be basically bought with gold. That's the point of these legendaries, right? Outside of this, magical currency, you're buying it with gold. So like 3% of the player base? Yes, but you forget that the just because it may only be 3% of the player base, the other 97% of the player base are probably trying to achieve the same. They're probably, because they get the guide from Wowhead, they get the guide from Icy Veins that tells them this is the gear that they need. If those gear guides come out saying that, don't buy this, craft your own one at a higher item level, that's what people will do. People are gear whores. Like the entire game is built around gear whores. People that will do degenerate level things to get a slightly better piece of gear than the one that they already have. Even heroic raiding players will still want a rank 7. People who will do pugs. People who live in the pickup world group. Pickup groups will still, you know, somebody that's putting together a heroic pug, or even a normal pug, can very quickly right-click, inspect. Oh, you've only got one rank 7 legendary. Oh, well, I'll take that dude that's got 2 rank 7 legendaries. The pickup group, you know, it's almost more important for casual pickup group players to have the best gear than it is the hardcore progression raiders. Because hardcore progression players, at least for the most part, are bringing the player, not the character. In the pickup world group, it's all about the, you know, you can't determine somebody's skill until you see them do it. You're not going to get to see them do it until you've at least inspected their gear. And if they're running around in suboptimal gear, then they lose their spot to somebody else. That's it. Gear is more important to pugs than with a guild group. At least with a guild group, you have that level of organisation that you've played with these people before. You know what they're capable of. Sure, if Jimmy hasn't got his rank 7 yet, well, he'll have it by next week. It's fine. But in the majority of the player base, this game is entirely derived around having access to the best gear, and the charity belt is not the best gear, and it won't be for nearly anybody, considering that you can buy the ability to turn it into a 191. Jimmy who? Jimmy Kimmel? Well, maybe. I don't think he plays well. I think he's far more busy most evenings. I'd need like 10 extra item levels to do the same damage. Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. All heroic and higher raiders will craft 2 to 3 rank 7 legendaries, especially considering it's the last patch. Yeah, see, this is it. I'm now virtually, like, the first couple of weeks of every past patch. So in 9.0 and 9.1, when the raids came out, you know, everybody had a really good incentive to buy that one max level legendary. Now, 9.2, it's very different. Everybody has a really good reason to not be buying one max level legendary or base item. They have a really, really good reason to be buying 2 of them. Legendaries in 9.2 is going to be monstrous. Actually monstrous. For those that get the Tome of Eternal quickly, for those, you know, those that get honoured, those that start banging this out quickly, it's going to be Christmas come early. Actually ridiculous. Is it feasible that the bought Unity is upgradable at the Rune Carver? Feasible, but not viable. Feasible, but not viable. Why would you spend 2,500 Cosmic Flux to buy something to then potentially have to spend even more? Feasible, but not reliable. No. It worries me greatly that this has the heroic tag on it and is not itemized in the same way as the other legendaries. It's not a 262. It's not the equivalent of a rank 6. It's 265. It seems to be balanced and geared in a way to indicate that, you know, this is a heroic item level piece of gear. It's not itemized the same way the other legendaries are. Meaning, I would go as far as to assume that this can't be upgraded. And the point is if you've got 2,500 Cosmic Flux to buy this in the first place, buy the memory and upgrade it to begin with. Like, like I said, it's feasible that it could be, but it makes no sense when you break it down. Does the belt and the memory have the same reputation requirement? Yes, both revered. Doesn't mean people won't do it. No, that's true. But if it's their own stupidity, it's their own stupidity. I don't base my opinions on what stupid people will do. I base my opinions on what the majority of people will do. Sometimes the majority of people are also the stupid people, but sure. Either way, I thought this was quite interesting. Something to highlight early on today. I say early on, we've already been streaming for like 2 hours, but Mr. GM also has a tweet showing gear dropping with cipher sockets. Yeah, there is some more stuff on the PTR. We're on the PTR now. I might even just do a sweep of dailies just to keep up with what's going on over here, just to see what the crack is. Yeah, here we go. There is some item level. There's some gear dropping from world quests. It might not be the worst idea for me to familiarise myself with what the daily quests require and stuff like that anyway. The world boss awarding 80 ciphers as well. This should mean that we can pick up... Oh, this Patterns with Patterns has got gear on it. It's got rewards now, look. Tribute of the Enlightened. Anima Matrix. And then 50 ciphers. It's going to be what is contained in this Tribute of Enlightened Elders that's interesting. Let's grab this then. Let's... why have I got like terrible frame rate? Is it maybe because we've got too much stuff open? Yeah. Let's finish this cancel scan, get these relisted, and then we can focus on the PTR. Close down all other stuff. Actually thinking about it, maybe I should turn off. Maybe I should turn off my mining. Right. Patterns of Patterns is, yeah, shaping is basically Shaping Fate 2.0, yeah. I'm betting 1,000 Cosmic Flux from the weekly. 1,000 Cosmic Flux would be a lot. I don't think it's going to be that much. I equally think that 2,500 Cosmic Flux is going to be a lot of Cosmic Flux. Like I said, even more of a reason for somebody to if the Cosmic Flux becomes the bottleneck, there's even more reason to believe that somebody is not going to... If you can only just about get 2,500 Cosmic Flux by the point that you can buy this, once again, you've got really good reason to not spend it on this. Because this Cosmic... If you can only just about acquire enough Cosmic Flux to buy this, then that 2,500 Cosmic Flux is going to be upgrading your first, and should I say primary legendary, to rank 7 first. If you're going to need 2,000 of it to do that first, you're very unlikely to want to spend 2,500 flux on this trash. Cosmic Flux Soulbound, yes, it's just it's a currency. It goes straight into your currency tab. Looking forward to farming Cosmic Flux on 12 characters. Yeah, it's basically the Echoes of Nylothra. It seems to appear as if it runs off the same sort of system. You'll get drip fed it through doing multiple activities. Mythic Plus, PvP, all of the above will drip feed you this Cosmic Flux. No doubt Callings might have it on it. Who knows? Time will tell. Getting a second rank 6 will be the first step. I would imagine, yeah, people will... This also goes to show, right, that the rank 6s will still sell. 2,000 Cosmic Flux to upgrade to rank 7 is likely to be a bit of a time gate for people. The first amount of Cosmic Flux will probably get pumped into their first rank 7. Then... any spare Cosmic Flux from there will probably get dumped into any missing tier set pieces. Then, as a third use for your Cosmic Flux, you might look at upgrading your second legendary to rank 7. And that, you know, two rank 7 legendaries is what you're going to acquire for just one avenue of the game. Let's not forget that there are people that do more than just one avenue of the game. There are people that like to have, you know, their best legendaries for when they go to raid. They also like to play PvP. They might also like to dabble in, you know, Mythic Plus. The fact that it's the last patch of the expansion means that over time people are probably going to look to maybe even complete a set of these things. Who knows? Is there any reliable and supported replacement for Venture Plan? No. There's a community-based hack for it that I don't particularly advocate too heavily, but there's not any official supported update for Venture Plan. There are a couple of other there's Covenant Mission Helper or something. There's another couple of add-ons that are now obviously more useful than, but yeah, Venture Plan is still in the same state it always was. I'm still convinced that the reason Venture Plan stopped updating was because Blizzard asked them to stop. I'm almost certain of it. People have tried to tell me otherwise, but I'm not convinced. I'm relatively convinced that there was a, maybe not to the extreme of a cease and desist, but maybe if nothing else, a slightly less polite conversation on can you please stop updating this add-on? Thank you very much. I'm almost convinced of it. Don't forget people will get the meme Legos as well, just for fun. Well, they might, but they're unlikely to get the meme Legos to rank 7. Certainly not high on their priority list. Rank 4s, because they're cheap. Rank 6s, maybe if they want a bit more item level. The desire to get the meme legendaries to rank 7 is probably pretty slim. Venture Plan was too good. Well, Venture Plan 100% nullified an entire system. Which I mean, I've spoke about this in a little bit of detail previously, but in past iterations of the mission table, you could perceivably work out the success of that mission before you sent it without any additional add-on. Now that the mission table today cannot be easily compared to the mission tables that we've had before because it's an entirely different system. For Venture Plan to still basically nullify the entire system, nullify it by simulating thousands of possible runs very quickly to determine success rates, is not something that could feasibly be achieved by, you know, an average human without the aid of that add-on. Which gives me a very strong impression that at some point they were kindly asked to stop updating this add-on. And if they chose to comply, it could, you know, stay around in its current form. If they chose not to comply, then it would have probably gone further to have been, you know, removed. As is Blizzard's prerogative, because it is their game. So, but like I said, I can't prove any of that. It's just speculation. One thing I do know is that there was a version of Venture Plan that did make it onto Blizzard's banned add-ons list. So that's a big red flag. Blizzard never asks; they send an army of lawyers. Or that, well, yeah, like I said, we don't know how polite the conversation was. Covenant Mission Helper does the same, but it can't suggest a setup for you. Well, you see, that becomes a significant difference, right? It doesn't fully nullify the system in imagine somebody created an add-on that just automated arenas for you. You know, how quick do you think Blizzard would squish something like that? Now, I know it's not quite as serious as that, but also this plays into the fact that I'm almost convinced that in the next 12 to 18 months we might see, or at very least hear, about a mobile version of some Raid Shadow Legends-esque game with the Blizzard, made in a Blizzard fashion, made in a World of Warcraft fashion. I'm pretty convinced that the mission table is Blizzard's test to see whether it's feasible to port that to mobile and turn it into some microtransaction cash cow. It's dumb gameplay-wise. Oh, I agree. It's totally dumb. But in the mobile scene, which is where the big money is in the gaming industry, that kind of game, that idle RPG type game, if you put some 3D graphics to that, that becomes a top-grossing mobile game instantly. Follow the money trail, boys and girls. Always follow the money trail. Twax, welcome in. How we doing? Welcome to. Good morning. Good morning. Or maybe even good afternoon, possibly. That banned add-ons list also had some names on it, like auctioneer in it. I don't think it means a lot. It means something. It means something. Auctioneer is also an add-on that has progressively tried to push the boundaries quite frequently. So it makes no surprise. Like I said, I can only draw conclusions. We don't know the reason why. We just see it wrote into the game files that there was a version of Venture Plan that was put on the banned list. Banned list is there for a reason, right? Of course you'd think like that, you money hoarding goblin. Well, if there was something adequate for me to spend the gold on in game, I might do it. You know, like a long boy. I'd drop gold cap on that thing in a heartbeat. Okay, there we go. There is...
I cannot use that yet.
There's that realm sorted for now. Let's, there's a few Korthite crystals slowly starting to hit the auction house. Not at any quantity that I really care for. Let me do a very quick sweep for materials. Oh my days. Oh my days. How much desolate leather have I got already? Oh my days. What's the play here? Oh, do I want 40,000 desolate leather flooding my mailbox? Yeah, I think I do. What else is... Phaedramore down to 10 gold apiece. Christ on a bicycle. Who... Whoa! Ho, ho, ho. Who's botting Phaedramore on my realm? Who the hell is botting Phaedramore on my realm? Or more importantly, who's transferring it from a cheaper realm somewhere? 73,000 Phaedramore. I don't even think I know what to do with 73,000 Phaedramore, even if I buy it. I legitimately wouldn't even know what to do with 73,000 Phaedramore at the moment. I bought a lot of it yesterday and it's still there. Burn it into essences. Yeah. For reference, I've only ever bought 153,000 Phaedra More. Christ on a bicycle, never heard of this expression before. It's designed to explain something that you should not, in theory, see every day. Which means I think it does its job quite well. I've already got 50k Phaedra More. Do I really need more? You know what's interesting though? Is if somebody is quite clearly botting it. Because there's no other way. People are either botting it or they're transferring it from another realm. Because there is no way on God's earth that considering that there's no way that there should be this much of it turning up in such a quick succession. Especially since I've also recently... This is a supply that is far too high a supply for a realm of this size. Far too high. Now, 75,000 of a single ore on a bigger realm is peanuts. But for the size of this realm, look at the average quantity of the zone-specific ores. Even 30k Oxane ore is a lot of Oxane ore. Summon fishies going on. If you don't buy it now, you'll regret it later when you want the essences. You see, the difficulty is, though, is I need an equal quantity of Sinvir ore. This is the thing, right? You need an equal quantity of Sinvir ore. So I'm not in... This is what I always say. You want to make sure that you give yourself a get out of jail free card. You want to have... You want to have another option for it. Why not just buy some, not all of it? I don't like buying some. Buying some is also a concern for me. But I don't think I have much choice but to buy a token's worth. Let's see just what happens though. Let's see where it goes. There's a lot of shrouded cloth, but it's also more expensive than it needs to be. But in turn, you would assume that there would be a lot of lightless silk, which there is, but it's not dropping in price. Why is this massive cluster not going anywhere? I don't like buying some. Well, there's a reason why though, right? Because I quite frequently say that if you want to buy yourself an advantage by buying out a lot of the materials, you need to buy not some of it, you need to be able to buy all of it. Because otherwise, somebody else just gets it at that same price, and then your advantage is no longer there. The reason you buy a lot of materials in bulk is so that you get them cheaper than somebody else. If you only buy some of the materials, you are guaranteeing that everybody else can just buy them for the same price. So it means you're sharing that competitive advantage, which in turn doesn't really make it a competitive advantage. Jay-Z once said, if you can't buy it twice, you can't afford it. Oh, I live by that theory, like IRL. I won't buy anything unless I can buy it at least 2 or 3 times over. It's a very sensible... And this is like, you know... and you should do that at all scales. You shouldn't buy a car unless you can afford to buy the car twice. You shouldn't buy a house unless you can afford that house twice over. It doesn't matter what scale you're talking at. That's actually very, very sensible, even if it did fall out of Jay-Z's mouth. Heavy Desolate at 37. Somebody's doing the hard work for me. It's not there anymore. I'm just saying, Heavy Desolate at 37 would have been not too bad. So when Hassan bought a house for 3 million, he supposed he could buy it twice. No, because he's not that sensible. Nor do I really feel that where's the proof that he paid 3 million for it, and secondly, like, I know he's a top level streamer, but there's no way he's affording a 3 million. He certainly didn't buy it. He might have taken a mortgage out on a house valued at 3 million. There's a significant difference there. Streamers, there's not many streamers making that money. There are a couple, but there's not many making that money. You can make that money on YouTube, but you can't make that money on Twitch. Okay, I think my spending spree might be done, though. I'm kind of whoa! That's not quite cheap enough, but it is considerably cheaper than what I've been buying it for, which is equally annoying. What do I think's going to happen with the lithium ore, though? It's still valued considerably less than what it is region-wide. So I shouldn't max out my credit cards to take a loan to buy a car? I think you know the answer to that. Fuck it, whatever. Right, I think my spending's done. I think we've spent enough today. I think we've spent enough. We need a couple of days. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh, I'm just gonna leave that there. I don't even want to loot that. I'll deal with that another day. Trend on that Phaedrum 72%. Crazy for a current expansion map. Definitely something fishy going on. Oh yeah, there's absolutely no question in my mind. I know my realm incredibly well. There's barely a single day since Shadowlands has come out where I've not been keeping an eye on the material prices. That quantity of Phaedrum ore out of nowhere is super fishy. It's, you know, it's not been that long ago that Phaedrum ore was valued in the sort of 30 to 40 gold price range. For it to be like 10, 13 gold a piece is just batshit crazy. That YouTube ad money is never that good unless you have sponsored segments. Oh no, trust me, it is. It is. Oh, it is. If you're doing well on YouTube, you're doing very well. Why do you think it's the most desired profession of the young generation? More so than sports stars and movie stars. Because you could make dirty level money if you're doing it properly. There are channels out there that if they get 1 million views on a video, that is quite easily worth $8,000 to $10,000 for them for 1 million views. Quite comfortably. And there are channels out there doing like 200 million views a month. Once again, relatively comfortably. It was 9 gold on Draenor yesterday. Yeah, the bots are out again. The bots appear to be out again, and they're targeting Phaedra more, probably because, you know, they think Shadowgast rings. They just need to, you know, put their efforts towards Sinvir ore for a little while, please. Buys a house with a mortgage, uses it as a business expense, gets a huge tax cut. Oh yeah, yeah, the tax cuts on. But he also has to prove that that house is required for his business, and in most cases, you can only claim 50% of the value. Do you want to take both the dogs? Neither of them seem to be best impressed. Who's cool? Oh, she can stay here then, fine. Hello, dog. Hello. No, not looking. Alright. This realm is done though. We've burnt far too much on this realm. Let's drive some PTR stuff for a little while. Let's have a bit of play on the PTR. Close this one down. Give me some more of that juicy FPS, please. Thank you, thank you. Lovely stuff. We're still sat at 20 FPS for some reason. Go on, VRAM. There we go. No, still, no. 30 FPS is tragic. What's going on here? I know I'm streaming and all, but there's no way. Okay. There's something really odd. We went down from 10 to 8 and all of a sudden our FPS went back up to something sensible. Maybe this is why the reason even the most nice guys in the world should produce some clickbait videos. Hey, it's yes. some people are far more happy. Like if you can bag $4,000 to $5,000 for a video, the temptation to clickbait becomes a lot stronger. I don't really worry about now that I'm fortunate enough that there's enough people that support on Patreon. I don't need to worry anywhere near as much about the ad revenue. For a channel of my size, the ad revenue is you know, just pennies anyway. We only have 125 ciphers, and I need 260 to even press this button. And even after pressing this button, it's going to be nearly a week before it will do its thing. And even then, I need more ciphers. Fuck this system. I'm not... it's really annoying me that there's not just a vendor that says, "Oi, by the way, you know, here's everything that you actually need. Go and test the game from a testing perspective." I refuse to play a public test realm like I would the actual game, because all that ends up doing is nullifying my enjoyment of it when it actually goes live. I don't see why it needs to be double time gated. Yeah. Let's go and just do some stuff. See if we can get this patterns with patterns bashed out maybe, and just see just what the because there's been in the recent update, I think the treasures have been updated. So if we see a treasure, we should probably pick that up as well. How do we get to that one?
Have invaded the land and are devouring everything. You must stop them.
We'll bring our druid over here before too long as well to do some actual, like, proper farming. Proto flesh. Oh my god, 2 ciphers of the first ones from a chest. I was really hoping that the balancing of those was just wrong. It scares me that the grind for the ciphers is going to be real. Now I'm sure if you're running around and you're killing all of the rares and you're doing all of the dailies every day, then you'll probably end up with enough to keep ahead of the curve with the cipher system. But even unlocking flying is going to end up a grind again. It's for a zone that is was originally advertised as being very optional. It's turning out to be far less than optional. Oh god. Can I get up there without doing the jumpy mini game. I don't think I can. I have a problem that by having the speed set on, my movement is distorted enough that the minigame hoppy bouncy doesn't work properly. Because I move too fast and I travel too far when I jump. Okay. Equip raid set real quick. God, I hate these jumping mini games. Nope. Fucking. Cheat. Hunter privileges. Anima webbing. 35 anima. 3 ciphers. Grey items. Lovely stuff. There's another one at the top here as well. If you want to do the jumping minigame all the way to the top. I think this is a 1/1. Get good or get Demon Hunter. Yeah, I know. Or just Dora Shout. Yeah, or just be Venthir. or just pretend to be a vampire and you're fine. That was 5. My double wormy dudes are doing work. Being a warlock in Korthia was very helpful. Yeah, I can imagine. Getting those stupid nests out the trees. There's only a couple of annoying jumpy things in Korthia. There's substantially more in Zereth Mortis though. I'm just pre-warning people. There's flipping jumping quests all over the shop. Why does it drop anima in 9.2? Is there any use for it? The use case is exactly the same as what it once was. You're still... Anima is still going to be valuable for those looking to collect everything. Since we went an entire patch in a serious anima drought, 9.1 has now ended up being, you know, let's just say anima equal. Encourage Pocopoc to expend 9 energy to overload the cache and gain the treasure within, or ask Pocopoc to grant you access to the cache, and then your successful completion will only cost 2 energy. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So if you don't want to piss about with the mini games, you can just use Pocopoc's full energy bar. He only has 10 energy, by the way, which is time gated. They've time gated the treasures even in Zereth Mortis. There's so many levels of time gating here. It's actually gross. So Pocopoc has an energy bar. You can use 9 energy to overload it and instantly get the reward, or you can use 2 energy and have to complete the thing. This one you have to make pairs, I think. Is it no, you do 3s. So that one, then this one, and then oh. Yeah, okay, that wasn't right. 1, 2, hang on. 2, 2, and 2. No. This is like those stupid IQ tests. 1, 2, and 3. And then... yeah, there we go. Ta-da! Magic. Oh, okay. No, like, pop-up. We gained 4 ciphers of the first ones for that, by the way. It's hidden by my camera, but I did. So, yeah, you can either You can either Zerg that with Pocopox energy. Where is Pocopop? Or Cocoa Pops, as I like to call him. Summon Cocoa Pops. Oh, Cocoa Pops has got a quest, look. Yeah, you see he's got an energy bar. He has 10 energy. So even your ability to interact with the zone, there's a time gate. Because you need to use Pocopox energy. Energy that can be used to interact with various systems and creatures across Zereth Mortis. Protoform synthesis. Escort Cocoa Pops to the Protoform synthesis forge. Hey, maybe we can look at crafting some new pets and mounts, look. Yeah, within minutes there'll be an add-on for that. Can I spend Battle.net balance to restore energy? It wouldn't surprise me. You go to a recharge station, you know, like a Tesla power station, plug them in, and it costs you gold per minute to have him plugged in. Would not surprise me. Right, how do we get to this treasure then? We get to this treasure by dropping down from above, I guess. Where can we get up to then drop down from? I tell you what. I almost want to main a Demon Hunter just to circumvent the stupid pissing jumping get. Maybe we have to come up from even higher. Maybe we have to go right round the arse end of nowhere to get there. So we have to come up here. Can we do a cheeky jump disengage to get to here? We have to then drop down onto the treasure from this way. And get used to doing this, boys and girls, because these ciphers are the first ones. You're going to be after those. You're going to be after those. Mistaken ovoid. If you want to fly out here, you're going to need to be doing this. Luckily, you might only need to be doing it to this degree on a single character, because once you've got flying, you've got flying, but yeah. Is this before? Yeah, this is all before you can cheese it with flying. I don't know what the crack is with this. I need something for... I can't do anything with this yet. I need to have unlocked something before I can interact with that one. I can't wait to farm Arctivac ciphers all day. Yeah. Yeah, very much the case. Imagine Blizzard would allow trading gold for real money. This could be a competitor for Bitcoin. We are the miners. Yeah. I don't think there's any other way to describe it than yeah. I mean, it's kind of been that's kind of the business model for bots for years. At this point, that's kind of exactly what they're doing. Now, how do we get up on this? How do we get up on this tree? Like, literally, how the hell do we get on the tree? Protoflora harvester. What? Disengage from the top, maybe. Also then means I need to work out how to get even higher to drop down onto it. Maybe we can the disengage trick only works if you can get to a similar level. No, missed. Missed. Might have to come at it from the top. Let's try and work our way up to the top and see if we can drop down on it. We can go all the way around and get up there. It's just long. Gearing alts is the opposite of fun. Basically playing looking for, group, apply, deny simulator. Yeah.
Threaten the ancient structures. Cull them for our protection.
Let the culling commence. Locking some behind flying would be peak Blizz. Oh, absolutely. They've got a drive incentive somehow, haven't they? I don't trust these snails. They're slimy. And I didn't mean to pull it in the first place. You slow me, I slow you. Just get friends, forehead. Wow. Kinda true, but... Right, which one is it? Oh, it's all the way over there, look. We need to go all the way around. Let's kill these things while we're at it. That's part of the quest anyway. Yeah, there's a few concerns overall I have about Zereth Mortis. I mean, it kind of looks nice. Oh, what's this? Staccato cuffs. Oh, bind on equip. 229 bind on pickup. Sorry, bind on pickup. Bind on pickup. Ignore me. I think they are going to make this zone just, you know, for gearing up alts. This is kind of what they want, right? They want Zereth Mortis to be the go-to place to level up alts and to get people caught up. And that already appears to be the case, as there's lots of gear that drops out here. None of it which is bind on equip, though, I should point out at this moment. Right. Do we drop down from here? I think we do. Question is do we mount jump or do we just run and jump? I think we mount jump, don't we? Death incoming? Maybe. Oh, what? Fuck off. Oh, we... Son of a... We snagged the ball. We snagged our ball. We didn't land on it properly, though. Son of a... Would a goblin glider work? Maybe. What a noob. Lasso a wild cervid, allowing you to temporarily ride the creature. Panic, buy all goblin gliders. Oh, snap! I'm riding it. I don't know why I'm riding it. Does it have bigger hops? It has big boy hops, but it doesn't seem to have enough hop juice in it. Need more hop juice. I mean, maybe this is just a way to get places a bit faster. There's probably a reason for doing this, surely. How do I get off it? There we go. Corlus Vombata. Spend Pocopox energy to take control of this coreless creature. Alright. Second time today, fate showing you that you must play a demon hunter. Yeah. Yeah, there seems to be many good reasons to play a demon hunter right now. Alright, let's finish this world quest off, and then we can go treasure hunting. Hang on, we only need to kill 10 of these things a minute ago. Why is it now 12? I swear it was only 10 a minute ago. Let's go up here. There seems to be another treasure up here somewhere. What? Did anybody else see those mobs just disappear? And now they're back again. Oh, phasing. Gotta love some phasing issues. Or maybe it's a worm. Maybe it dug into the ground. I don't know. Game ready, boys and girls. Game ready. Switch to Venthir before going to the zone. See, Venthir hunters aren't terrible. It might be a thing. Although I don't want to have to grind up 40 more renown again. Nor do I want to have to piss about with... yeah, I'm probably not going to, but... Not just for Door of Shadows, anyway. How do we get down here? I know I can walk on water. But how can I choose to not walk on the water? Submerged chest. How do I turn off Death Knight mode? Hello? How do we turn off water walking? It's a tongue twister. That's an odd one. There's probably a button somewhere. Hang on, what's that beeping at me now? What's this thing? Oh, it's a slug. Oh, I've already got one thing. Coreless Helicid. A slug. Alright. Don't know. Could do the reverse moonwalk. Groove backwards. There's probably another way to get down there. There's lots of things I haven't unlocked in Zereth Mortis, which I think is going to gatekeep a lot of the treasures and stuff. Dangerous Orb of Power. Sounds ominous. Carrying an overwhelmingly powerful orb of energy. Do we think that's going to... do we think that might be heavy enough to... It doesn't seem to do anything. I guess we have to take it somewhere. What if we put it on this pedestal thing? Is that a thing? No. I don't think they're related. Maybe it's for the snail. Maybe. Let's take it to the snail. Oh. It does appear we can use it on the snail. Oh. No, it doesn't. No, now we've just claimed the Helicid. Pocopoc has taken control of a Helicid and gained a new ability. What's the ability it does? Okay. There's got to be somewhere we take this orb. This seems to just be the exit from the zone. We've got 15 seconds left. It's gonna go boom. You watch, it'll go boom and kill us. That would just be our luck, that one, won't it? 3, 2, 1. Pocopoc is focused on a curiosity. Up this way. Is it the cache? It's probably the cache, right? Alright, we'll play the minigame. Oh, these minigames are these minigames are easy. You just gotta make sure they all uncross. Ta-da! -2 energy, 4 ciphers. See, that's going to be the thing, right? You're not even going to be able to run around and just do all of the things and farm up all of the ciphers, because you're going to run out of Pocopoc energy. The ambiguous essence in your hand looks like it could serve a variety of purposes. In fact, it almost seems to radiate possibility. Perhaps some dude may have answers for this. Bring the unformed essence to Firm in Exile's Hollow. A following will be cast on you. Zereth Mortis optional reagent. You may integrate the optional reagents of Zereth Mortis into your Shadowlands crafts. Really? So is this going to be a quest? Really? Is this going to be a quest that's going to unlock the ability for us to get the optional reagent patterns to drop? Is there a quest? Is there a gatekeeping quest, which I've just randomly got, by the way? Okay. What does it? Okay, we need to investigate this further. Where does it require us to go? Over there. Yeah, we really need to dedicate at least an hour or so a day to just playing the PTR at the moment, I think. Start figuring out all of these intricacies before the game goes live and before it gets too important that we know exactly what's going on normally. There's two possibilities. That could either be hand the quest in and then you get the ability to craft some of the optional reagents, or there is cipher gear that has a cipher socket on it. You might be able to craft optional reagents that go into those cipher sockets in the cipher gear, is my suspicion. But let's go and interact with this protosynthesis core first, actually. You sound surprised. I'm rarely surprised by Blizzard's choice when it comes to development of this game. They frequently seem to have a very good reason to do the things that they tend to do. And they used to be a little bit, they felt like they were a bit smarter about it back in the day. They would engage the player for existential amount of time without making it so blatantly obvious what they were actually trying to do. They hid the fact that they were doing nothing more than hunting for player engagement for quite a while. Now they're a little bit more brazen about it. Now that they're really not shy about, you know, they're really not shy about making it very obvious why they do the things they do. I got really good at these mini games once upon a time. Nope. No, that still doesn't work. That works. There we go. 2 more ciphers. It doesn't even pop up any, like, congratulations, you've completed the mini game. What do you mean? What are you doing? Stop looking at it again. I've just done it, you donkey. Weren't you there? You were literally there. Alright. There's a big one, look. The land shifts as needed from dust to lush, from forest to desert. It changes to suit their needs to build their great designs. The first ones, architects of the pattern. In the wisdom we stand in awe. You know what's ironic is we have a campaign that says patterns within patterns, and it's all about designing and creating things. Yet, wanna buy new profession patterns? There's an element of irony there, really. The entire zone's all about making things, yet there's not really any new profession patterns. There's the protoform synthesis for crafting pets and mounts, though, which we're going to explore in a little bit. We're going to try and unlock it as of now. Is this a rare? This is a rare. Luckily, I'm a hunter, so I should be able to solo pretty much anything the game throws at me. Wow meets Spore. It's kind of like that, yeah. Oh, hot damn. He's spawning a bunch of nasties. God bless Beastcleave. Oh, snap. Pet's dead. I'm intrigued to see if they've updated the loot tables on the rares as well, actually. First time we had access to this, there was not much going on. So killing the rares was kind of pointless, but I think we're probably at a point where there's more reason to do it. Oh dear God, this is not good. Oh, this is really not good. Turtle the fuck out of that. Fs. F didn't work. Great. Of course. The one time I want F to work didn't work. Yeah, now I'm dead. Great. Oops. So much for I'm a hunter, I can solo it. Oh, please don't tell me I have to go the scenic route to get back up there. Oh, God. I think I have to take the scenic route. Can we get up this way? I'm going to try my luck. Oh, God. I think we have to go all the way back round. Oh, I'm not particularly geared on this character. I've got, although I do have the 4-piece tier set at 252. Yeah. Spectral Flask will sell well. Make death walking a bit faster. Oh well, we know for next time. Save cooldowns for when the ads spawn. Still no flask or pots consumables. Not as of yet. Not as of yet. Oh, that reminds me. Has any of this updated? This still hasn't updated to have any text to it. These now say honoured. Oh, the new Crafter's Mark doesn't. Crafter's Mark of the first ones now says honoured. Eh? That said revered last time I looked at it. I think if you go to the vendor, it's revered. Maybe it is honoured. Then when do you get this? Oh, we need to go. Oh, geez. Oh, okay. They might have changed that. These don't still have a source. Oh, they do. Drops from Tethos. Drops from the Engulfer. These, I believe, are rares. It dropped a level. People got angry. They might have changed it. Yeah, maybe. I'm quite sure that the Crafter's Mark of the first ones was revered, and then Crafter's Mark 4 was honoured. They might have changed it so you get both of them at the same time. When we're next in Haven, somebody remind me to double check on that, because that would be handy to know. I guess we go this way for the protoform synthesis business. We're already 38% with this patterns with patterns thing. And I've done like 2 world quests and picked up a few treasures. This Shaping Fate thing is going to be pretty easy. Bang it out, I think, once you know what you're doing. Oh. It's just a big thing in the middle. A synthesis forge, look. So here we go. I would imagine then we will now start to get these Genesis motes and these glimmers of renewal. We need 300 Genesis motes, which are bind on Blizzard account, by the way. This is going to be all the things juice. All the things juice. You're going to get your ults into Zereth Mortis. You're going to be farming up these Genesis motes. And we're going to be sending these Genesis motes, funneling them all to the players that need them. Allurid Lattice, well, I assume that drops from the Allurid. A mystical Lattice used to synthesize an Allurid. Glimmer of Renewal, also bind on Blizzard account. A component used to synthesize the soul of a small protoform creature. Archetype of Renewal teaches you how to summon and dismiss the companion. What I'll be really interested to see, actually, is if these things, if the pets become cageable. If the pets become cageable, this becomes a real market. A real binds to Microsoft account? Yeah. Yeah. It still says revered on the vendor. Okay. There's a what does it, just very quickly, what does it say on here? Ah, it doesn't have anything for Crafter's Mark of the first ones with leatherworking. It doesn't have any blurb at all. It only shows it on Jewel Crafting. And it shows it Villo, Zereth Mortis, the Enlightened, Honoured. Crafter's Mark of the first ones. Are we saying that's incorrect? My instant reaction was that should be revered. Okay, so this is, where are we right now? We are over just to the south of Pilgrim's Grace in a cave. Cortana, will the pets be cageable in 9.2? I don't think I've got Cortana enabled, which is probably a good thing. Okay. Genesis motes, Glimmer of Metamorphosis. So it appears that there's some These Genesis motes appear to be, you know, pretty generic. You'll probably get these Genesis motes just by doing stuff. Say hello to yet another currency. Technically a crafting reagent, but you'll acquire it in a similar fashion. It's the currency, you know. But these glimmers appear to be the key to getting that. You need one of the glimmers, which odds are they're going to drop. The glimmers, I would imagine these are going to drop from rares, aren't they? I would imagine these glimmers end up dropping from rares. These all appear to be companions. Yeah, Genesis mote seems to be the default on all of them. Wowhead says honoured for Crafter's Mark 4 and revered for Crafter's Mark of the first ones. Yeah, see, that's what I had in my embedded in my head. I think it's just the text on the Jewel Crafting page is wrong. These are all still companions. Okay, so far it only shows companions. I imagine you rank this up through the cipher system. You level this up through the cipher system. And then it gives you the ability to make the mounts as well, I would guess. Now, we got this thing ages ago. Bronze Wing Vespoid. One of the very first days out here, we picked up something. Some schematic for something. I can't see it in my bags right now. Maybe it was this Unformed Essence. But we then turn this in up here, and it gives us the ability to make... You will learn how to create a Bronze Wing Vespoid. So maybe you have to actually do something to get the patterns to make the mounts, but the pets you just gather up the materials for. This thing, 350 of the motes, an unalloyed bronze ingot, and a Vespoid lattice again. This could be quite this could be quite good. Like I said, this is real all the things bait. But if you can cage up and sell these companion pets that come from this crafting thing, this could perceivably be a long-term market. I'm talking more than just 9.3. That people could ultimately end up living out in Zereth Mortis on alts, farming up these materials to craft the pets, to sell the pets. There's also a strong likelihood that the more that people do it, the pets will just be trash in value. But more cageable pets is always good, right? More options. We already know that the pet market is relatively evergreen. It's got good staying power. It's destined to be a profitable market throughout the ages. A rare elite. He's got 1.2 million health. He's got even more health. I don't think we're going to be able to solo these rares. But come 10.1, they'll be worth a decent chunk. Yeah, see, this is it, right? Once again, it's going to be like, as soon as people leave a zone, the smart people out there will probably not farm, though. If they become cageable, we'll probably be able to do enough testing to find out, start crafting them and whatever. If they become cageable, we can probably, the smart of us out there, just buy a bunch of them while they're freely available and cheap. Whilst the zone is current content, as people will see them as being cheap and will dismiss the value in them. But we as goblins know that something such as a pet holds its value pretty well. Now, here's a nest that is equally, once again, there is not only a nest, but also an elusive Pogor deposit, which neither are easily accessible without some sort of trickery. Still waiting for the left shark prices to go up. Okay, well, it's not always a perfect success, but you get my point, right? Two ciphers from that. And that's, by the way, how you get to the elusive Poggle deposit. All the way up there? How the hell do we get up there? That seems to be out the zone. Does that look like a path up there? Can we go up there all the way across to get to there? Or is it over in this cave? The placement of that seems really high up in the air for some reason. Maybe it's just high up in the air because it's inside a building and sometimes they look a bit weird. Do you remember the putrid geists? I thought those would be worth something. Found out the other day. You just buy them from a vendor for peanuts now. Well, that also becomes the problem, right? You know, say welcome to supply and demand again, you know. If you can just buy it from a vendor, then, you know, you can always just buy it from a vendor. Energize, what's this thing? Energize Leopard. Prototype prey for Gargron's blood. It would have kept going if not for you. So maybe we use that as prey to lure out a rare, maybe? Oh, Garderon, there we go. So we have to pick up a rabbit to act as prey. Okay, we use it as bait to get this dude. Oh, okay. Another 60 plus elite. Oh, I guess we feed the bunnies to these, and once these are all happy and content, then he comes out of his thing. Oh, clever. Okay. Let's go grab another bunny. Feed the bunnies to the birds. Because, you know, that's how nature works. It was supposed to be a special Shadowlands pre-launch event only pet. Yeah. Yeah, this is the thing, like, considering it's a video game, you can sometimes speculate what's going to happen with these things, but you always need to remember that Blizzard can change things, like, literally at a moment's notice. So how do we now... Oh, he seems to be coming down now. We've fed his little birdie birds, now he's come to play. Do we think we can pew-pew this fella? Is that a jab at vegans? Trying to say my cat is vegan? Vegan cat, yeah, sure. A vegan cat is an unhealthy cat. I'm just saying it now. Tom and Jerry. Tom definitely wasn't vegan. He spent half his life trying to eat a mouse. It's the opposite of vegan. That's lusting for meat. Right, men pet on cooldown. Out of necessity. All that happens. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. I should. There's a vendor that dishes out free PvP gear on the PTR that's like item level 170 or something. I should probably go deck myself out in some better gear on this character, but oh, forgetting to mend pet. Bad me. Bad me. Just picked up my kid from his first day at new school. Apparently had a great time until a girl kissed him and it ruined the whole day. Girls are icky. That's funny. Oh, how your opinion does change. Well, not everybody's changes, but you know, generally speaking. Yeah. Got the lurgy. Ruined his whole day. Poor kid. F's in chat for Jenkins' kid. Got kissed by a girl. Unbelievable. Well, it turns out if the rare doesn't do anything particularly special, we can still solo them, which is good to know, even with less than 240 item level. Although it seems to hit a little bit harder, it seems to have some sort of enrage. Get this dude off me, please. Boom! One dead rare. Proto flesh times 4. Anima webbing times 9. That is a lot of anima. That's 200 and something anima. Sandworm relics. A relic thought lost to time. Trade these to Elder Rafik in Pilgrim's Grace in exchange for powerful equipment. Oh, okay. That's the cipher gear. Sandworm relics times 6. You get a decent amount of anima from ZM. Yeah, I think this character, I should also point out, is like maxed Covenant and the whole shebang. So he gets like super duper mega levels of anima for doing everything. Yeah. When your gold per second is higher than your DPS point of view stream. Pretty much. Not far off. Sandworm relics. Maybe we should go talk to Rafik in a minute. I want to try and hand this in, but then we'll go back to Rafik and say hi to him and see what he has to offer as a vendor. I need anima for my Covenant buildings. Yeah. Yeah. Your first 60,000 anima on any given ult should probably be dumped into the Covenant, especially if you have intentions of playing the minigame. The mission table, sorry. I looked at this thing and said minigame in my head. Silken proto-fiber and proto-flesh off just this one thing. Discarded automa scrap. 2 more ciphers. Thank you, thank you. Yoink. Echo Giro, which I don't seem to be able to interact with yet. That's something that you need to unlock or spec into at the very least. I am ever so slightly concerned just how ridiculous amounts of these ciphers you need and how literally drip fed they are to you. You need, I think somebody did the maths on the cipher table thing, and you quite genuinely need thousands upon thousands of ciphers. And when you get 2 at a time, that's a lot of stuff. Why do I see a question mark but no easy answer to where it is? I'm going to pew pew you because you seem to be doing something with a portal. Soul had a video about it. I must admit, I've been really slacking on keeping up to date with what other content creators are pumping out. Mostly because it's annoying me that content creators at the moment for WoW are jumping on clickbait trends again. This week's version of WoW leaks. It's like, it's a leak. Jesus. Like, I know that it's... Sure, it might be, but until it's confirmed, it's still just clickbait. It annoys me. It appears to not be in here, though. I figure that we're in the wrong place somehow still. Even though it seems to show on the map. I think it said 22 or 26 days before you can unlock flying. Realistically, I think it can be done in 17. The 26, 27 days is to be able to hit Revered with the Enlightened. I think you're conflicting 2 different things. But let's not forget that to actually to get the... Hang on, what's the quest on this? At a protoform forge. I think I was in the right place, you know. I can't think of anywhere else that this would be that's not the right place. I think I just missed something in here. Is it? Yeah, that's it. That's if you're farming ciphers every single day, because you need to not only tick in the cipher system, you need to not only tick the top boxes, you need to have unlocked everything in it. You need to have 100% completed it. So although it in theory is possible in 17 days, that is on the assumption that in 17 days you can farm up quite literally thousands of these ciphers. Meaning your ciphers per day is a ridiculous number. There doesn't seem to be anything in here that would indicate I'm in the right place. "17 days was the first one when you needed just 1 of each. The new version needs all of it." Yeah, but it's you'll miss. I think I will be happy to eat my hat on this one if I'm wrong. But unlocking, you know, you can be unlocking the next column while still working on the rows. So your priority is to be working your way along, unlocking the columns. But in the 7-day timing of those unlocking, you can still be banging out all of the things in the rows, so that by the time the next row has unlocked, you've completed the previous column. Is the way that I think it works, which means if you really keep optimal and keep on top of it, it's still possible in just as long as it takes you to do the top row. I believe is how it appears. Right, I don't think this is the right room in any way, shape or form. There's a question mark literally right where I'm standing, but I'm obviously not in the right place. I need to be somewhere else. I don't know where that somewhere else is, though. I would have assumed it was in there somewhere, but I also think this quest is we got this quest on literally the very first day Zereth Mortis came out, so I have a feeling it could be bugged. Meanwhile, Final Fantasy XIV was flying in 5 days. Look, I'm not a fan that we have to unlock flying in the first place. The fact that we have to now not only unlock flying every single... Not only just once an expansion. It's not good enough anymore that we have to relearn how to fly every time we have a new expansion. It's got worse than that. We now have to relearn how to fly every fucking patch. It's ridiculous. For some reason, we forget the ability to fly. How to fly every time we go into a new zone. And I get the lore reasons behind that. I get the fact that they want us to do stuff on foot first, but it's still not comforting to have to unlock the same thing every single time. It doesn't become a carrot on a stick. It's not something cool that you want to acquire. You know, you're reclaiming something you already had. It's not a reward. The reward should not be, oh, you can now do the thing you knew how to do previously, but just in this zone as opposed to another. If you calculate the amount of times we've needed to relearn how to fly at this point, it's disgusting. It's actually gross. And like I said, I was kind of on board with having to do it once an expansion, just because, you know, it keeps people grounded. It makes the world feel bigger. It for sure promotes at least world PvP when you have war mode switched on at least when everybody's grounded. But once we get to the point where we've learned how to fly again in an expansion, don't take it away from us again, literally the next patch. It doesn't feel rewarding. It doesn't feel like we're achieving something. Ooh, 20 sandworm relics. That was lucrative. We only got 6 from killing the rare previously. Domination cache. This requires a domination key. Well, we need to work out where we get those from then. I came this way because I was hoping that we could get up round here and sneak up and go all the way across the top over there, but it doesn't look like we can. This also, once again, feels like, even though we found a schematic for a mount, it might very well be locked behind having the ability to fly. We might need to be able to fly to get up to on the cliff edges somewhere to do something, potentially. Unless I'm just, you know, blatantly missing something, but... Let's head back to Pilgrim's Grace, though. Let's go try and find this new dude for... What does this have to say? Oh, not a lot yet. Contextual requires contextual, deeper changing, nothing we cannot. Beautiful. It's like poetry. Like with Vashir and the seahorses. Kinda. Don't know why they didn't keep it as gold and just make it a gold sink. There's a large amount of things that they've sacrificed. I know I complained quite a lot about some of the time gating elements. Now, I understand in an MMO, it's, you know, people want to have something to do 24 hours a day in an MMO, which is a big problem to overcome in the first place. This is why it's so difficult to actually produce a good MMO. That there will always be players out there that will want to try and achieve everything that they possibly can in that MMO, which is not really feasible. It's impossible to develop a game faster than people can play it. Which is why time sinks and time gating kind of have their place to a degree. But you need to use them sparingly. And Blizzard seems to be locking everything behind a grind or a time gating system in some way, shape or form nowadays. I mean, I probably don't have enough fingers and toes to count all of the time gating and rep gating and gating of content that there is in Shadowlands alone. which is often done at the detriment of the overall fun of the game. Because whereas they could just, you know, they could just give you a reward once you've done something. Or they can turn it into a bit of gated content to keep you playing for a little bit longer. And they choose that or too frequently, in my opinion. Elation Severe, what's this? I just kicked it! It didn't seem to do anything. I just kicked it. Oh, I'm still kicking it. Do I have to... Oh, I probably have to kick this in a certain direction towards somebody or for some reason. Does it go... It does. It goes in the direction I punt it. I'll work out what that is in a minute then. Where's this vendor for these materials then? You're Drim. It wasn't you, was it? You're the innkeeper.
So you're still somehow intact.
You have regular innkeeper type wares. It wasn't Faru. Val for repair. Elder Rafik, the relic seeker. This was the dude. This was the dude. This was the fellow we're interested in. Oh, okay. Here we go. 246 bind on pickup. 160 sand worn relics for the basic bits of gear, scaling up to 300 for the chunky bits. But 246. Well, there you go. Straight up, easy to acquire. No RNG. Pick the bit that you want style gear. It's also understood. I mean, I picked up one of these things the other day, a 243 weapon, just by, you know, running around the zone. 239. This also... Whoa! What's going on with that tooltip? Your damaging abilities have a chance to unleash a blast at the target, dealing some ridiculous number cosmic damage. .242's dropped in the zone as well. Vespoid clanging leg guards. Maybe we got this off a rare, possibly. Sand worn relics. Unfortunately, though, they don't act as a currency. You have something else you're going to have to keep in your bags on top of everything else. But yeah, anywhere between 160 to 300 of these relics to, you know, fill in those random slots where you've not had drop luck. 246 is going to be the bare basic run around killing things. That does that's quite interesting though, right? Because that puts a real dampener on the 233 Crafter's Mark gear. Although, let's be honest, 233 Crafter's Mark gear is going to be the entry level, right? That's going to be, right, you've dinged 60. What's the first thing I do? I'm going to ding 60. I'm going to go buy a set of 233 gear. If you choose to do like a dirty, ridiculous speed set, you can do something along the lines of this. Have a full 233 speed set, all with speed on it. You're sacrificing some item level and some damage, but boy oh boy do you move faster. Then I guess when you start killing rares and stuff, these sand worn relics are soulbound, by the way. So this is going to be personal. And these are both the relics and the gear is bind on pickup. So you're going to start off with a 233 set of crafted gear off the auction house. As and through playing Zereth Mortis, you are going to acquire these sand-worn relics. You're also going to have just drops at around 243. So you're going to very quickly get up to... I'd say item level 250 is going to be really, really quick and easy to acquire in Zereth Mortis. Simply because... you know, you're going to get 233 gear by default. You're going to slowly upgrade that to 246 gear without much difficulty. Especially if you're on the rep grind, you're going to be out here plenty enough anyway. You're then probably going to have a couple of legendaries up to a maximum of item level 291. So I reckon 250. 250 is a casual, just strolling around Zereth Mortis item level eventually. That's before, obviously, you take into account any raid gear or, you know, outside zone gear. What level does the world boss stuff drop at? Is it in the adventure guide yet? Raids, Shadowlands. Is it this dude? No. Antros, here we go. Loot. Doesn't say. It went from 207 to 233. I would say it's world boss is probably going to drop 252 gear, maybe. Quick guess. It's probably normal raid gear, right? Is what the world boss usually drops. What normal? Okay. Wait, heroic gear is only 239. What? Eh? You what now? Mythics 250. This is all wrong. This is just wrong. This is straight up wrong. This is the current level stuff. This is the current. Yeah, that's just wrong. Ignore that. This is why I'm, you know, when people start saying that, oh, the PTR feels pretty polished, it's about ready to go. They're lying. It's wrong. It's not. Fucking far from. Mythic is 285. You see, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, we are not at release candidate stage yet. Not even close. My minimap doesn't even seem to want to work properly. It doesn't display any of the quests at the moment. 22 ciphers for doing a daily quest. Another 18 ciphers for doing the daily quest. So the dailies seem to be pretty top heavy on the ciphers, which is good. We need something that allows you to get a splurge of them in quick succession. Oh, now the world quest is showing up again. Is it another world quest? Look. Yoink. Anima webbing, 21 ciphers. Okay, I've somehow managed to pull the entire zone, it's fine. I think my first priority will be that ludicrous speed set gear. Yeah. Yes. Simply, I mean, I run at 145% right now. Mounted, it's 320%, which is like outrageously faster than normal. Oh, well, that's really good. How am I meant to do it when it's all the way up here? For fuck's sake. Watch it not work when in travel form? Well, sucks to play a druid, right? Okay. What if I just press new game? Well, I can't play it if it's up there, can I? Okay. Exit the puzzle. Is it an LVI thing?
I need a target.
I can't even scroll on this. Yeah, I think my LVI is a bit broken. Hang on, I don't want to do the thing again until I fixed it. I can't even disable LVI. Oh no, there's no scroll because this is literally it. Let's just turn this off for a second. I forget on the PTR I have very, very bare bone add-ons, usually to try and detract away from stupid things like stupid. No, it's not an LVI thing. It's just fucked. Oh god. Report bug. What is this thing called? What was this thing called? Cantaric cache. Minigame is off the screen. Stupid game. Stupid game. Alright, well. Now I can put LVI back on, as I know it wasn't actually that. So, I know I said we were going to look at the crafter's marks a bit more today. But, I wanted to just get a bit of a refresher and see what's going on with it. Well, I can't complete that world quest then. Because that's also required for the world quest. So, yeah, boo. I wanted to do a lap and get the dailies done just to see if there was any obvious blaring. What about this one? Do we reckon this one's going to work? I'm going to waste more Cocoa Pops energy to find another one that doesn't work. Fucking genius. Okay. Off the screen, is that youth lingo for brilliant? I don't think they're quite that disconnected from reality, Blizzard. I mean, they're not, you know, they're not down with the kids so much anymore. But oh, yep, pull the entire zone again. Small indie company. Well, I don't complain too much because let's be honest. If there's a this is a rare as well. If there's a place for bugs, it's the PTR. Like honestly, if there's going to be a bug somewhere, it better be on the PTR. Fix it before it goes live, and we'll say no more. Choose to not fix it before it goes live though, and then we complain. Sand Matriarch Lelus. Oh. Silenced. Where'd he go? I should probably use my abilities like a proper person. and then the rare comes back. There we go. Imagine doing this world quest on some item level 200 mage. We won't need to imagine, as it will eventually happen.
I don't have a target.
Proto-flesh, anima, and 2 ciphers for killing a rare. Well, it's safe to say you're not going to run around killing rares for the benefit of ciphers at the very least. You're going to get your daily quests done, and if you so happen to need to kill a rare, you'll kill a rare, but... This is the problem, right? I see the problem being that I suppose the cipher system is probably a system that you might only really want to engage with on a character, maybe 2. I'm kind of forgetting that I'm in a weird position that not many people out there have much of an incentive to be doing Zereth Mortis at all. Never mind on multiple characters. Only because it holds the ticket to all of the crafting recipes so far does it intrigue me. I'm going to be wanting to be doing Zereth Mortis on 7 characters a day. Which means I realistically need to get... I need to get my per character playtime down to about 20 minutes. For me to actually have the willpower to do it 7 times in a day. I'm going to need to do in a day what some people might only need to do in a week with Zereth Mortis, but that's my progression system, right? Some people's progression system is the raid and clearing the raid and then doing it again on a different difficulty. My progression is very front loaded because I want to get the crafting recipes on as many alts as I can, as fast as I can. All crafters on same account? No. That's spread across 3 different realms. I've got 3 characters I need to do it on Sylvanas. I've got 2 characters on Tauren Mill and 2 characters for Project Draenor. So there's strong likely, at least from a reputation point of view, I'm going to be in Zereth Mortis on 7 different characters a day. And then and only then, if I have any spare time or desire to play Zereth Mortis more, will I be back on this hunter, killing all the rares and farming up the ciphers to slowly work my way through the cipher system to unlock flying. So yeah, my progression is very top heavy. But you know, if you want to be a big goblin, and you want to be a big goblin on 3 realms at the same time, this is what you have to do. Did I just use my 2-minute cooldown to heal a pet when it was dead? What a donkey. That Canarian swarm hits like a tank. You can do his Hickons to play 5 accounts at the same time. Multi-box the world quests. I mean, I could, but unfortunately, I also value my accounts too highly to multi-box anymore. Whilst there's nothing, we had this exact same discussion yesterday, and the same discussion happens every time somebody mentions multi-boxing. But my opinion on multi-boxing is such: it is entirely within the rules of the game to multi-boxing, but it is far, for as long as right-click report exists, I consider it far too risky to multi-box. You're playing with fire, because if too many people right-click report you for multi-boxing because they either don't like people multi-boxing or they suspect you of being a bot, you're likely to get auto-banned without a single person ever interacting with your account. Now, luckily, I have a bit of a public presence nowadays. Meaning that I probably would be able to make enough of a stink to get Blizzard's attention to look at it if it did happen. But I still don't want to risk that. I honestly don't want the hassle. So I'm not going to multi-box in that fashion for that exact reason. I am actively choosing to multi-box because I don't want to multi-box, not because it's not allowed. I think 2 at a time is relatively safe. Possibly. I can't see there being too much issue with that. But, I mean, if you're trailing 8 druids behind each other, you're going to have issues. There's no question about it. Imagine needing to play 5 characters in Zereth Mortis. Being in an active raiding guild with 2 characters, the start of 9.2 is going to be painful. It's, yeah, like I said, it's a different progression system for different people. Oh. Oh, I had to pick one of those, and I only get to pick one of them. Oh, I didn't realise. Is he going to follow me and do something now, then? Apparently not. Want to Buy Gold was doing 4 screens of auction housing today. Couldn't figure out what he was doing. Then you started streaming, so I quickly switched here. Could what he does help you? For auction house stuff, it's fine because for auction house stuff, it's absolutely fine because you are still independently controlled. Like I said, it is not the reason the reason I don't multi-box is not because you are not allowed to multi-box. It's simply that I consider it far too risky to run around with 5 characters in a train because all it's going to do is attract people to come and right-click report you, whether they have any justification to or not. What you cannot control in this game is the choices that other players make. If those other players choose to come and right-click report you because they suspect you of being a bot or they just don't understand the rules themselves, then that becomes a problem, and I don't want the problem. I'm not going to play with fire. Even if it's technically safe to do, I'm not going to play with fire. The benefit of multi-boxing nowadays is not great enough for it to be worthwhile anymore. It was fun while it lasted, but it is no more. For me, at least. But yeah, having 4 auction house accounts up and running at the same time is perfectly fine because, for starters, nobody's going to notice you're doing anything different to anybody else standing at the auction house. That's the thing. It's not that the multi-boxing is not allowed in the first place. It's the fact that you don't want to be drawing unnecessary attention to you, whether it's warranted or not. Running 4 auction house accounts on 4 different realms, who's to know? Dailies won't take too much time though. The problem is when you multiply it by 7, even if it only takes, you know, half an hour each, that's still 3.5 hours just doing the same thing every single day, which is a concern for me. Mainly because I do other things. I know I can, in theory at least, play World of Warcraft 12 hours a day if I want to. But I make lots of IRL sacrifices to do that. We might just end up doing a lot of longer extended streams at the start of 9.2. But we'll see. We'll see. Train your dogs to do the chores. I'm sure they're old enough now. I mean, they're also far too strong-willed for any of that business.
Now, what was I doing?
There's 22 ciphers, another 18 ciphers. It's interesting to point out neither of those gave me any rep with the Enlightened. I gained gold and I gained ciphers. I didn't gain any reputation with the Enlightened for doing those. So they're probably ones that on most characters we will ignore. That's good to know. Dreadlords, infiltrators slain. Well, we need to go back over to Exile's Hollow to hand this in. Then we need to go back to Haven. So maybe we just take the flight point over there now. You just burn out after a week or less if you do the same 12-hour grind. Yeah, exactly. This is why it's a problem. What I might do is see Project Draenor might just have to go on hiatus for a while. We'll see how it plays out, but I don't have the legendary patterns fully up and running. So I know on Draenor at the very least, I'm not going to be able to be competitive with rank 7s very quickly, even if I do the grind. So what I will that then takes away 2 characters. What I will probably do is do my 3 characters on Sylvanas and my 2 characters on Tarren Mill. And so then that's 5. 5 is a lot more manageable. That will mean that I have good, strong presence on 2 realms. And we'll work on a 3rd over time. Unless, of course, something magical happens and we end up ranking up a bunch of legendaries on Draenor. Honestly, if I can even get jewel crafting maxed out before 9.2 lands on Draenor, I'll be happy. The others will chip away at over time. Everybody send him a mill on Draenor. No, please don't. Please don't. Oh, here we go. Protoforce synthesis for battle pets. Potopoc points out some controls on this device. You understand just enough Dalek to glimpse in its purpose, bringing you here. With some materials found across Zereth Mortis and Pocopoc's help, you can trigger this machine to create fully realized beings based on your specific schematics. Grants access to the Protoform Synthesis Forge in the Droning Precipice, allowing you to gather schematics and craft battle pets with components found across Zereth Mortis. Wonderful. Oh, does that now mean that handing that in might actually work? Probably. Probably. There was probably a prerequisite that I hadn't done. It's the sole reason why I just put 1 character on a lot of my realms, just to do leatherworking, blacksmithing. Forget jewel crafting and tailoring, just becomes overwhelming to a point. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. Like you could either have presence on 4 different realms, but only doing 2 professions on each, or you could, you know, double up and do 4 professions, but only on 2 realms. It's kind of, you know, either way, you're still somewhat doing the same thing. But yeah, what I was saying with the cipher system is flying requires you to have basically ticked all of the boxes, right? But these ones across the top are heavily time gated. These ones at the top are like 6 days, 6 to 7 days of a cooldown between pressing the button and before you getting it. So the research time on this is 6 days and 18 hours. Once we've done that, then we have the ability to bang these out. So there's this across the top to unlock this last one is about 16, 17 days. But in the time it takes you to do these top ones, you can also be working on these ones at the same time. You can only do one in each column at a time, but you can be doing, in theory, multiple researches at the same time. The problem of all of that is you are going to need to grind out these ciphers like an absolute moron to achieve that. Because each one of these takes a certain quantity and has its own research time as well. Usually 18 hours a piece by the looks of things. Yeah, most of these are 18 hours a piece. So 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Plus whatever this is. Oh, the bottom one is a 6-day cooldown as well. Oh, sugar plum fairies. You basically do one a day and you need to do multiple of them. Oh god, unlocking flying is going to take forever. Forever. Even if you're min-maxing the crap out of it, this thing's going to take forever. Because the, is it in exploration? I think it is. Where's the flying achievement? Yeah, ciphers of the first one. Complete each of the ciphers listed below. Reward Zereth Mortis flying in the schematic for the Pale Regal Cervid. All, you notice how they now say all of the stuff. You need to do all of them. You need to tick every box. Every possible box. You'll see currently, as far as that achievement is concerned, I don't have any of them. Even though I've unlocked the third column, I haven't actually got any progress towards this. Because I still have 3 ranks to do in this one before it's considered complete. So there's still 3 days of research just to complete this one column. Damn. So yeah, not only do you need to just have something in every box, you need to have, 4 out of 4 for this. 3 out of 3 for this. 3 out of 3 for this. 3 out of 3 for this. Which means your incentive on your first character is to just do this as fast as humanly possible so that you get flying, meaning that it's then quicker and easier to do on the other ones. Do you think it's good news Microsoft buying ActiBliz? How can it not be good news? How can it not be good news? How can a company the size of Microsoft saying that they're willing to spend $70 billion on ActiBliz not be a good thing? I hope they change the research times. It takes way too long. Being able to press 1 button a day doesn't feel fun. In Asmon's stream, I saw that flying is on character-only achievements, but that was last year. Maybe they updated, fixed it. To my understanding, it's a character-based achievement. When you unlock flying, it's account-wide, but the progress towards it is character-based. Meaning that you have to do everything on one character. All of these boxes need to be completed on one character for you to unlock flying. It's not that you could have 5 different characters doing different things until eventually you've, covered all possibilities. Yeah, it's a one character thing. But once you unlock flying, it's account wide. But it's yeah. It's annoying because it quite simply, I put a video together about this a little while ago. I called it the problem with flying, I think. There was there was 2 parts to the video in terms of that it was more about how it just frustrates me greatly that we have to relearn flying every time. But secondly, where was it? It was a while ago now. Yeah, flying is a mess. There's a video I did a little while ago talking about, well, quite simply, my issues with flying. Check this out if you want a broader overview of my thoughts on flying. Where we touched on the cipher system a little bit. The problem I see, though, is that it incentivizes people to not pick and choose the ones that they think is more relevant to them. What they're actually trying to do is just grind it as fast as they can. So instead of like maybe saving up the ciphers to get the bigger reward of being the one that they actually want, it's just a tick sheet exercise, and that's the problem. You just want to tick all of the boxes, and you want to do it as fast as possible. It completely strips away any benefit or reward you get. And there's also some of these that you're naturally going to want to take first before others. You're going to want to funnel the ciphers that you have into certain things that make it easier for you to get more ciphers, rather than maybe the things that you think is more fun. Which is also a frustration. They might have claimed that there's no player power being attached behind the cipher system. That's where the discussion comes in of, well, is flying player power? In my opinion, it's the ultimate player power, and that's the problem. Just because it's not going to mean you do more DPS, what it does mean is you can get places and you can do things faster. As a goblin, one thing we learn very quickly is that your time is valuable. And flying allows you to spend less time and achieve more things in the same amount of time, which in turn makes flying incredibly valuable and incredibly powerful. Just because it doesn't increase your item level any, doesn't mean it's not a benefit to have it. Which is... We'll be doing a lot of this, though. We'll be doing a lot of this. I don't have the cipher. I need to grind out another 60 ciphers just to get this going. The fact that I have to unlock things on the PTR makes me feel ill. There should just be a vendor standing here that just gives you ciphers so that you can have this on the go. The fact that you have to actively go out and farm these on a PTR is... I'm in danger of rambling, though. I'm in danger of rambling. The very last thing I want to do for today's stream, though, is I want to go and take a quick little look back over at Vero. I want a bit of clarification to whether they've changed the rank requirements for the patterns. Any new crafting recipes behind the cipher system? No, it's all but that sort of stuff is all behind the Enlightened. The Enlightened is the regular rep grind thing. The cipher system, in theory, if it wasn't for the achievement of gaining flying by completing it, would be very optional. Like, by the true nature, sure, you can play around with the cipher system. It gives you a few little perks within the zone, but doesn't really benefit you anywhere else. The addition of flying being locked behind the cipher system, though, is a big reason to just get it done. This dude, though, Villo, is the Enlightened Quartermaster, and he holds all of the fun stuff. Yeah, dual crafting's just wrong. Look, dual crafting is just wrong because it says here Crafter's Mark 4 doesn't have any information about it. Crafter's Mark, the first ones, it says Villo, Sereth Mortis, Enlightened, Honoured, 2,500 gold. Well, that is all wrong. It is 4,000 gold, and it's Revered. So this is just on the wrong. This is on the wrong item. This is meant to be on Crafter's Mark 4. This should say 4,000 gold, Revered. How much rep have you gained today? I'm going to be honest. Unfortunately, I didn't think to keep track of the rep. Unfortunately, this thing I'm intrigued to finish this thing to work out just how much this gives. The Shaping Fate. But the only world quest that's still available for me to complete right now is one that's bugged that I can't do. So, welcome to PTR life. Since 9.1.5, can you get Torghast followers if you level 50 to 60 in Torghast now? Not tested it myself. Zan would be the one to ask on that because he probably knows the answer. He's probably still in bed though. He'll be live later, unless he's lurking. Yeah, he'll be the one to ask that. I'm not sure. If Xbox Gold Live gives you instant flying in the 6th bag, you'd be all over it. Sure, fine. Alright. We'll continue on with this for the next couple of days, I think. We'll, what day is it today? It's Wednesday. Well, tomorrow we'll probably do another PTR day. We'll maybe bring the Druid out here tomorrow. Take a bit of a look around. Maybe do an hour or so of farming on the Druid. I'm intrigued to see just what the drop rate is going to be of these Pog Essences. And we might start looking at spreadsheeting out some of these new ciphers. Sorry, these new crafters marks. Try and see if we can put any guesstimations to which one's going to be the cheap one. See if the profession pairing thing becomes a big feature again. Can't wait to do Zereth Mortis dailies on a few characters to unlock crafters marks on my realms. Yikes. Yeah. All the dailies. But we'll give this another go tomorrow. Friday, for reference, Friday we're going to play Factorio. I've decided. I'm hooked on Factorio again, by the way. Although I've not been streaming it, I'm absolutely hooked on Factorio again. Friday is a day where I like to play something else on stream, just to break up the routine of lots of WoW day after day after day. So we're going to play Factorio a little bit on Friday. I'll give you a little bit of a guided tour for Factorio around the factory that I'm working on at the moment. It's a factory that I've actually basically stolen from another content creator. I'll see if anybody can work out who it is when we play it on Friday. Back to the heroine of Factorio. Good luck, my friend. Yeah, it's got me pretty hooked at the moment. I can't lie. I've not played Factorio I've not properly played Factorio for about 2 years. And so there's been lots of changes. In fact, we've had 1.0 in Factorio since I last played it. So things like the Spidertron I've never actually even played with. And I've certainly not done any mega factorying or mods for a long while in Factorio. So I'm doing a complete playthrough at the moment, which is totally vanilla, no mods at all, just to see what changes to the base game have been made since I last played it. They've tweaked from that, there's a couple of the science recipes that have changed since I last played it. So I'm needing to work out, I'm rebalancing just how many materials I need. How many blue belts of iron do I actually need is the question I'm asking myself right now. But that will come on Friday. We'll play Factorio a little bit on Friday. If you guys haven't played Factorio already, it's available on Steam. It's the best $20 you'll ever spend on a video game. If you like that sort of builder sim style game, if you've ever played Minecraft, if you've ever looked at Satisfactory and thought, oh, that looks cool, Factorio is, in my opinion at least, the king of those games right now. It doesn't look very pretty. Satisfactory has the advantage of that it looks kind of pretty, but Factorio looks a little bit dirty and a little bit old school and a little bit 2D. But trust me, the gameplay on it will get you hooked. I don't like, sometimes I get addicted to playing a video game, and I might play it solid for a couple of days. And then you look at the time and you realise that you've not eaten for 18 hours, you've not slept in 3 days, and you really need a shower. That goes on for months at a time when you really get into Factorio. It's good fun, but we'll do that on Friday. Tomorrow we'll do some more PTR stuff. But boys and girls, enjoy the rest of your reset day today. Today is the day to get stuff done in WoW. Today is the day to make a bit of gold. Make sure you get your auctions listed. Make sure you maybe even consider doing a bit of cancel scanning, as today is the day when people end up buying stuff. especially if you're in that legendary market. If you've got those crafts, keep them at the front of the queue, and hopefully you'll have a nice juicy fat mailbox to open tomorrow with lots of gold in it. So yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for joining. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace.